Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today is Mr. Ty Beard. How are you, sir?
Doing great. How are you doing, sir?
Oh, I don't know. I think maybe there's a disease that has murdered half of the U.S. populace. It's a wasteland outside of deserts and tumbleweeds. They're roving bands of people who have salvaged the last remaining vestiges of fuel and cobbled together mechanical monstrosities to traverse the countryside. And I'm just holed up in my compound, burning my neighbors' garbage and dead bodies for warmth as we wait out this tragedy.
That's Captain Tripp's Savages the Land.
I mean, what? This
seems like a good enough time to show Brianna's book, considering it was about a pandemic.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Radio Nowhere. Radio Nowhere is the book. I mean, this is wild to me. And I wanna get into talking about coronavirus, the government response to it, what they're doing down where you live, and I'll tell you what they're doing up where I live, and I'll tell you how everybody is ruining my plans. And there's that. So sorry, I'm a little annoyed. I had to cancel my LA trip today.
Oh, bummer. Well, and of course, we lost Gary Con.
Yes, we lost Gary Con, which was going to enable me to go to LA, where a group of people who don't care about petty, about the risk of viral transmission would get together and consume enough alcohol to kill all of the viruses. And then the government went ahead and criminalized the behavior. So we now cannot go.
Oh, well, yes, that's what governments do.
Yeah.
I have had a similar reaction to you. It's the hysteria has gotten crazy. Of course, I am self-quarantined.
Yeah, I heard that.
Well, actually, I've been self-quarantined for about 25 years. But
did you catch West Nile virus from a certain courtroom?
No. Friday, I set forth a series of policies that what we're going to do because I saw this stuff coming.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them was if you have a temperature or if you're coughing and hacking and wheezing, do not come to the office. Or if you come here and it develops, go home. I have a daughter who's somewhat vulnerable, being a diabetic, and she works at the office. So I was, we're going to do that. And we had all our little policies. We're going to wipe the keyboards down twice a day, wipe the, all the normal kind of sanitation things that you do. I get up yesterday morning, and I walk out, and there's about 1/8 of an inch thick powder coating of pollen on my truck.
Sure.
And I was like, yeah, this isn't good. Oh, well. So I get to the office, and about 9 o'clock, I start feeling feverish. So I say, well, I'll go home. So I didn't tell them I was feverish. So I got to run home and grab something. So I go home and I get the thermometer, mercury thermometers, by the way, not these.
Oh my God. How old are you?
Oh, listen, the electronic thermometers aren't worth killing. They're just not.
So you got a mercury thermometer out, waited 15 minutes. 2 of them. Did you do one in the mouth and one in the other end?
No. No. But I was running 1 degree of fever, and I was like, I could just blow this off because I know it's not coronavirus. I mean, at least I think it's not, but that would be wrong.
Yeah.
Up the mic. I'm being told to up the mic.
Well, up the mic.
Let me see here. I don't know about this.
This is going. You guys realize what happens if you tell him to up the mic? The stream will end spontaneously.
Yeah. Is this better? Different?
Oh, that is a little bit louder. It sounds good to me.
How's that?
Yeah, I think that's good. Let's go with that for now.
Yeah, ask the stream. Am I coming through?
Well, they're 20 seconds behind. So
well, I can't see them anyway. So
you got noticeably louder in my ears, so without me doing anything. So I'm gonna think that you're probably doing pretty well.
There's wires and stuff, so anyone can. Anyway.
Yeah.
So anyway, I decided to be a man of principle, and so I stayed home.
So you're self-quarantined. So you're gonna stay that way for 2 weeks?
I don't think so. Although I did get my home office set up.
That's good.
I don't live that far from my office, so I've never actually bothered to configure a home office.
You don't live that far from your office, but it is like a 45-minute drive because everybody in your town is terrible at driving on roads.
Yes, that's true. I don't go in at normal times. I go in at like 4 in the morning and I go home at 2 in the afternoon.
I can walk to your office faster than to drive to it. And
From
that's
your
barely a
grandmother's
joke.
house? That's yeah. That's not as much of a joke as you might think. Yeah. If you're looking at rush hour, I'd agree.
If you go for a brisk jog, you'll probably make it there before especially if you catch that light on Broadway and Old Grande or whatever.
Yeah.
Not Old Grande, but
Broadway and Grande.
Yeah.
It's just Grande.
I'm drinking in solidarity with you. I see you have the Jack Daniels. I have much, much better whiskey on hand right now. And just for you, I'm going to drink this sour, nasty sadness.
I cannot help but be touched. Well, I, of course, have my Star Trek glass. I don't know if the insignia comes through or not.
Oh, yeah, we can see it. Is that all Jack in there?
This much and no more.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah,
I do it differently. I do this much per glass and then no more. But then it's like, well, here's another one. It's fine.
17 glasses, yeah. Yeah. So anyway, I've been self-quarantined, and it's kind of interesting. Of course, I dress for work.
Right.
Even whenever I'm working from home, I dress because
Me too.
I need that. Yeah. At least you showed up at the courtroom not wearing thongs,
Well, I was in tennis shoes, to be fair. I got a lot of heat for that.
They were, yeah. Well, they were somewhat flamboyant tennis shoes, though. I mean,
they were just white tennis shoes with like some orange on them or whatever.
Yeah.
I didn't feel like packing dress shoes in a carry-on. I figured if they don't, they're suspicious when you walk through TSA with shoes on. I figured if I had some in my backpack, the ones on my feet aren't bombed, but the backpack ones, they're dangerous as hell.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, what I did is I got some very nice dress shoes some time ago, custom made, and I got them with the thick rubber soles, just like you'd have with tennis shoes.
Yeah.
So it's like wearing tennis shoes, except they look like something a grown up would wear.
Oh, I see how it is. Sure. Okay.
Sorry. No. I've been holed up for 48 hours. So I'm getting kind of twitchy.
It's fine. When I meet you on the Fury Road, I'll get my revenge.
Yeah. You'll have to climb. You'll have to overcome my defenses first. We've got claymores scattered all across the golf course. That's a free fire zone. That's a great thing about being on a golf course.
Yeah, we have outdoor cats that breed endlessly. I've got weaponized claymore carriers, so watch out.
Suicide cats. You might win that round.
They meow in Allahu Akbar. So that's probably a stream-ending joke.
Yeah. So what do you think about this hysteria about the coronavirus? I mean,
there's two types of hysteria, in my opinion. There's the part where everybody goes out and buys a bunch of toilet paper, and that's weird to me because I don't eat toilet paper, and I guess it's hard to be in perspective of someone who doesn't have like a bunch of children or a big family. We have tons of toilet paper on hand all the time.
Yeah.
We have multiple we're going to sound really bougie. Look, we have all these bathrooms.
We've got all these bathrooms, and we have toilet paper in all the bathrooms.
Right. We've got a couple bathrooms, and it's really annoying if one bathroom that I don't use very often, but my kids use all the time, were to not have any toilet paper. I might not know. So we just have a bunch of extra toilet paper, not like a ridiculous amount, but certainly enough to cover
depots in each bathroom,
Yeah, certainly just enough to cover a week or two of isolation and the inability to get it. So that's not a big deal. And I don't necessarily understand the people hoarding milk. That's a weird one for me. A bunch of people told me you could freeze milk, which is fine. But the amount of milk that this lady was buying was like a freezer full of milk, like just a dedicated freezer. It was like 30 gallons of milk.
So I built a stockpile about 2 or 3 weeks ago, just really for grins. I knew the coronavirus was going to be there was going to be some hysteria. I don't think I knew it would be quite like this, but just as a kind of intellectual exercise, I said, all right, well, 30 days of food for 4 adults. That's my household, you
Yeah.
know, and I
That's
assumed
just
13.
what? Hold on. 30 days of food, 4 adults, 3 meals a
figured
day or 2 meals a
I
day?
just figured 1,300 calories a day, which is a little bit slender, but it'd be an opportunity to diet and stuff.
Okay, so
It was
that's only 30 days, 3 adults, that's
four
or
four
4 adults,
adults.
that's 120 packages of ramen times two,
Yeah,
240
yeah.
packages of ramen. That's your
Well,
meals.
so the funny thing was, I set out to do this. Like I said, I was just kind of playing around, and I discovered the glory that is Walmart. Walmart's delivering your groceries for the stream. Just do that; your life will change. I mean,
Yeah.
you do have to tip the driver, but oh my God, to not have to go to Walmart for a couple hours and do that, it's sublime. But anyway, so I sat down, and it's funny because when you're shopping, the parameters were the aforementioned 30 days for 4 adults, 1,300 calories a day. Everything had to be shelf stable. It had to be stuff we eat. It had to have a nice blend of staples and protein and blah blah blah,
Yeah, you
all
got
this
beef
crap.
ramen, you got chicken ramen, you
Beef
got
ramen,
shrimp
chicken
ramen.
ramen, shrimp ramen. Yeah, that gets all your major. uh, Actually, but the funny thing is when you get that mindset and you start really trying to fill a stockpile like that, or when the goal is to do it as inexpensively as possible too. I mean,
Right.
that
Of course.
that was an actual goal. Like I said, this is really as much of an intellectual exercise as anything else. But I found myself shopping exactly the opposite the way you normally shop. I was looking for food that had the most calories for the least amount of money.
Yeah.
And would you like to guess what the number one, without even hardly any competition, uh, food is that fits at maximum calories per dollar?
Maximum calories per dollar. Is it mac and cheese?
Nope,
Okay,
not even close.
I give up. What is it?
Peanut butter.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that makes tons of sense
Oh my
actually.
goodness. Yeah, you could buy a 40-ounce jug or whatever they call it of Walmart brand peanut butter,
Yeah.
a box of crackers to go with it, and I bought name brand crackers because the
Oh,
Walmart
you
crackers. Yeah,
fancy.
I sprung for the Keebler. Uh, but if I recall correctly, like a $2 and something bucket of peanut butter and a couple dollar box of crackers, say $5 total, 9,000 calories.
That's only if
So,
you lick the inside of the
uh,
tub.
well, so that was number one. Guess what number two was though? This one really surprised me.
Oh, I have no idea.
Oatmeal
Oh
of all
yeah,
things.
oatmeal's good. What about
Oatmeal,
cream
yeah.
of wheat? Is oatmeal's better than cream of wheat?
I did not. I didn't check cream of wheat.
What's wrong
Yeah,
with you? You're Never mind. I'm not going to make the
yeah.
boomer joke.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, remember, I was trying to get stuff that we eat. Wolf Brand chili, which by the way is some of the best canned chili you'll ever eat.
I will
Um,
never eat canned
yeah,
chili.
really.
Oh,
Oh
I
man, Wolf Brand's pretty good now.
I haven't eaten food from a can in like 4 years, and that's not a lie.
Oh,
Which
well, smell you.
that's my dilemma that we've had with this is I don't like canned food and I don't like frozen food. We cut those out of our diets a long time ago to reduce a lot of sodium intake.
I see.
And so what we do is I cook like everything fresh.
Well, right now the grocery stores are full of fresh food. I went
Yeah.
to my neighborhood Walmart neighborhood store, and I walked in, and the whole produce section was wide open. It had everything there. I mean, it looked normal,
Yeah.
but you hit the paper aisle, and it's like completely gone. I'm like,
Yeah. It's suddenly you're
okay.
like, "Oh, I'm in Azerbaijan." That's weird.
Well, there were weird gaps, So I'd go down one aisle, no bottled water, but completely full shelves of sodas and juices and everything else. So okay, no salted butter, but plenty of unsalted butter, and a brand of salted butter from Mexico that tastes pretty much exactly like salted butter from America.
Yeah, I buy the organic salted butter, which is like $1 more than the other stuff. So that's usually in full supply.
Yeah, there was none of that. I mean, so that was weird. There were, most pastas and spaghettis were gone, but there was plenty of spaghetti sauce. you know,
Well, I
but
tried. The first thing that was gone here was rice. Rice was cleaned out.
oh yeah, the rice, the dried rice and dried beans were wiped out. And I know you don't like cans. Canned beans, however, were in ample supply, although they did get run down. But see, I got my stockpile done before the actual shortages and stuff.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, so basically for a flyaway cost of around $230, I put together a stockpile for 4 adults for 30 days. And I sit there going, wait a minute, we can actually eat for $8 a day.
If you have to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's all stuff we eat anyway. I mean, the girls really like the various Chef Boyardee and SpaghettiOs and that kind of stuff.
Disgusting.
Yeah, it was funny because at one point Brittany was like, "Can we get some broccoli?" And I was like, "Honey, that's just empty nutrients. There's no calories in this.
That won't make you full."
Yeah,
you need to be full.
What about green beans? I'm going again. You would starve to death on green beans. So we now if you took the peanut butter is approximately 30% of the stockpile. The 8 jars of peanut butter with the crackers. If you didn't go like that and finished it out, it'd probably be closer to $300 in total cost.
Yeah.
But I mean, we got comfort food. We've got hot chocolate every day if you want it. We got bars of chocolate. I mean, it's all shelf stable. All lasts at least a year. But it was kind of fun. But as part of that experiment, I went ahead. I didn't hoard toilet paper, but I did think about what's our typical usage, and got 30 days of toilet paper, 30 days supply of what I estimated to be paper towels and all that. So when all this chaos and carnage exploded, I could be rather smug about it. Oh, look at those poor amateurs out there trashing the grocery store. If they had the foresight to do it a whole week earlier.
For me, I'm probably going to buy 2 bidets by the end of this and learn how to install them.
It will be interesting to see if the bidet makes suddenly becomes popular in the United States.
Yeah.
Because the problem they got with toilet paper is those factories are pretty much already producing that stuff at their, if not maximum capacity, pretty close to maximum capacity.
Yeah.
So I don't know what we're going to be doing about that. In my office building, I did check the bathrooms yesterday when I came to work because I was beginning. I thought, I wonder if somebody's going to wind up stealing our toilet paper out of our office building bathrooms.
Yes, they will. So that's the one type.
I mean, it's like really.
That's the one type of hysteria, right? Is the people's reaction.
Yeah.
And then there's the other type of hysteria, which is the government's reaction.
Oh God.
And I want to get into that, but we've got a bunch of pending super chats that I want to get to, of course. So we don't get too far behind on those. Keck7Go says, "Good morning, Nick and Ty. I hope you two grifters are grifting hard and keeping yourselves and your family safe. Speaking of grifts, have you talked to Ty about the case of Dark Side Phil and asset protection tips for him?" I don't think so. Dark Side Phil is a notorious live streamer. He's been doing video game YouTube content for like 10 years. He's been around since like the beginning of it. He's one of the early guys, and he just filed for bankruptcy. Now, Ty, do you know he filed for Chapter 7? Mm-hmm. Now he claims he makes about $5,000 a month.
Okay.
But I think he makes more like $8,000 a month.
Okay.
And he's calling for Chapter 7. I mean, just from that. Now he's claiming, now mind you, this is a YouTube streamer. This is his only job. This is all he does. He's claiming business expenses of $5,300 a month.
Okay, he makes $5,000. How does he eat?
Well, Look, that's just glitched eating mechanics, Ty. We're not going to
Yeah,
talk
okay,
about
okay.
that.
Does that sound credible to you? That seems like a fairly modest amount of money if he's been doing this that long. I mean,
Well, Phil had a heyday, and he has come down from prime, so
okay.
to speak. But even on his, several people are talking about how his income is somewhere closer to 8 to 10K a month.
Well, I'll
It
tell you
seems
one
like
thing.
he's misreporting it.
I would be very, very careful about misreporting income to a bankruptcy trustee.
What if you're a notorious streamer that has a dedicated group of hate viewers? Do you think that they might report something to your bankruptcy trustee
Oh
if you
yeah,
did it wrong?
oh yeah, I think so. Well, and your bankruptcy petition presumably is public record.
It
Uh,
is. We've
so
covered it.
yeah,
It was not good. Ty, he said he spent $100 a month on pet food, but didn't list any pets. That's just like, that's not a big deal, but it's one of those red flags. Like, okay,
well, the thing is you can very quickly find yourself in a situation to where your best outcome is they just dismiss the bankruptcy. The worst
yeah,
outcome is that they nail your ass for perjury, and
right. I think he's going to get
and
converted to Chapter 13. I don't think he's
yeah,
going to maintain.
they'll convert it to a 13. These things. If he did the petition himself, those things can be a little bit convoluted.
He's represented by counsel.
Oh,
Ty, he mentioned that he doesn't own any businesses, but he has 2 registered businesses in the state as sole proprietorships.
that may not be mistaken though. Those businesses may no longer be operative. But
I think
yeah,
it's his streaming, though.
you know what I don't understand. I mean, everybody 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 has their reasons for filing for bankruptcy, but a lot of times there's no particular reason to file for bankruptcy. And what I mean is that well, it will put a stop to the debt collector calls, but guess what? Change your phone number.
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
does have. He has about I think he has 150-ish thousand in consumer debt. He has a mortgage on his current place, and he has an old condo that is 40 grand underwater. He's got 100K in outstanding debt on it, and it's about 60K
yeah,
in value. But
that's a lot of consumer debt. You're not going to climb out from under that because that's going to be,
yeah,
you know,
the
I used to joke and say, what's the difference between credit card companies and loan sharks? And the answer, you get a better loan, you better get a better interest rate from loan sharks.
yeah. Well, the condo, the second property, which he does not occupy, that bank actually moved to lift the stay, the automatic stay,
Right.
because of the equity position being so weak and him not occupying the property. So
Well,
they're
and they're secured lenders, so they have the right to do that.
yeah, and they're clearly moving
That's
to
the
foreclose
collateral.
on it. As far as that's my guess.
It's curious that he wouldn't have negotiated with them to do a deed in lieu of foreclosure. I don't know.
They're
Sometimes they
they're
won't mess.
40K under. I mean,
Yeah, and it may be the thing where they just said, "No, you got to file for bankruptcy so we can write it off ourselves." I don't know.
okay. Do you know the answer to this off the top of your head?
Well, I have an answer off the top of my head.
So he's got this second property. Let's say they move to remove the stay. The judge grants the removal of the stay. They make probably 60 days out. They do foreclosure. They foreclose on the property. Now they've got a 40K unsecured, well, probably 50 to 60K unsecured debt by the time after cost of sale and stuff like that go in. Can they, while the bankruptcy proceeding is ongoing, can they actually get that into the bankruptcy estate?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I wasn't sure because I know you can't incur some new debt.
It's not new debt, but they probably would file. How does that work? I think what they do is they file something to keep a final, because the creditors have their meeting and the unsecureds and the secureds, well, the secureds get what they get. The unsecureds have their meeting, and well, he's not doing a reorganization; he's doing a liquidation, isn't he?
That's what he's trying for, but there's no way he's gonna.
There's nothing to liquidate. Yeah, I mean, in all likelihood, there's nothing really to liquidate. Yeah, they'd get a claim. They're not getting money. I mean,
They're going to ask where the money is, though, right? Because he ditched
the guy has
his.
150,000 in consumer debt. That strongly implies that he was living way above his means.
Yeah, but he's not paying it, and he's making at a minimum. If we take him at his word, he's making 65 grand a year, and paying 60 grand a year in business debt or in business expenses. They're going to ask him about those expenses, right?
Yeah.
At the 341 meeting. He skipped his first 341 meeting.
Ooh.
He got that rescheduled, though.
Yeah.
And then coronavirus hit, so it might buy him an extra month.
He caught a break on the coronavirus thing. Gummed the whole legal system up something fierce, I think.
Yeah. But they're gonna ask questions at that hearing, right? They're gonna be like, okay, what the hell are you spending $5,000 a month on for your business? And this is just streaming. Internet's $100.
Your best hope is that nobody actually shows up.
Oh, right? I think they're gonna show up.
If he's
I think people are sending notices. Now, I'm not advocating people do this. I think they already are sending information to his creditors, to his bankruptcy trustee about where this is. So there's an allegation that he spent upwards of $40,000 on a mobile game.
Well, welcome to the interwebs, bankruptcy court.
Oh,
yeah, my own opinion. I mean, I'm glad we have bankruptcy. I think it was, I've never been a big fan of debtor's prison and all that, but I think it would be very unwise to attempt to mislead a federal court and a federal bankruptcy court, because, I know people who are in prison for doing that. I didn't represent them. In fact, the guy that used to own the office building that I office in.
My bankruptcy professor is a bankruptcy judge now. He got appointed. I took I took payment systems with him, and then I took bankruptcy with him. And then the next semester he got appointed to the bankruptcy court before I took secured transactions.
I took secured transactions solely because it fit a time slot. I didn't even know what secured transactions were, and that's one of the courses I've used the most practicing business law.
Yeah, well, it's one of the courses I really hated being in the most.
Oh yeah, it's dry as tree bark. I mean, it's like sucking tree bark.
Bankruptcy was more interesting than secure transactions. Payment systems and negotiable instruments was maybe worse, though.
Yeah,
that was brutal.
It was called commercial paper.
Well, that's because you went to law school before the ACH clearinghouse was invented.
Probably. 1994 to 6. I think it was actually before they actually had paper money. We were still on the gold standard in those days.
Someone said poor lawyer had to add, oh, no, you misunderstand legal questions in those.
Oh, no,
we don't have to add anything.
You know what? My tax law courses, you typically had to add.
Yeah, I didn't bother with that. That's terrible.
Yeah, that was.
I think I took income tax. That was about it.
Everybody ought to take income tax. That ought to be one of those base courses.
I think at our school it was. I don't remember choosing it because I had it. Okay, but I'll have to send you the DSP documents because they're really interesting, and I do think it's a new place where you've got a public figure whose income is somewhat determinable, like me, right? If you were a creditor of mine, you could sit and watch a stream, and you could click up the money that comes on the screen.
Well, presumably he's filed income tax returns.
Well, he owes 15 grand in back income tax already. That's part of his debt as well.
He's not going to be able to discharge that in bankruptcy unless.
No, that's not going anywhere.
As a practical matter, you don't, because it's a 2 years. Anyway, there's some time period where you basically can't discharge until after 2 years or so have passed since the time the tax was due, and typically the IRS will put a lien on you before that happens.
Yeah, they've already got the The
And the
15
bankruptcy,
grand
and if
lien.
they got the lien, if they've got a tax lien, the bankruptcy doesn't help him on that. The main thing is he's scraping off all that unsecured debt.
He's going to try. I think he's going to fail. I think Chapter 13 is
state,
his.
What state does he?
Washington State, maybe.
I represent a very large debt collection firm, a law firm, actually enough. A friend of mine from law school. I'll ask him if we have any operations in Washington. See what he says. I don't think we do, but
Yeah. I think it's Washington. I'd have to check. The stream probably knows where his primary residence is. I know his other residence is in Connecticut, but he's not there. So what a mess. What a mess. Okay, next question is Brody S. Hey Nick, loved your video about Corona Chan today. Got a bottle of Lafroig 10 today and prep for Wu Flu, and it's a fantastic whiskey. It is a good one. It is a good one, especially if you like the taste of smoking melted road tar. Thanks for joining us, Ty, you boomer fig. So there
Fig?
you go.
What,
Well,
fig?
we're not going to talk about it.
Let's not.
Just swap the I out, and it's
No.
Actually, no. Figs are socialists. I think that's socialism is for figs. That's right.
Oh, I think I'd rather be called the other thing.
Bryce Byerly says, San Francisco here. We've been threatened with misdemeanors if we go out to friends' houses for game night. My job is deemed essential, so I have a limited pass to travel the streets.
Those socialists just couldn't wait to cancel everything and to choke everybody down, couldn't they?
It's amazing to me. And the thing that really gets me is the number of people praising the current action.
Oh, those people are idiots.
The thing that I think
the government's not going to give up that power very
well, and
easily.
it doesn't stop here. Next week, the things will likely be happening that we wouldn't expect this week. Because last week we didn't expect what was going on now, and that's a terrible place to be because we will be on lockdown.
Well, I think part of it too is these blue city mayors. They know that they're all completely feckless and incompetent and have no chance of actually managing a crisis. So they're just attempting to stuff everything down to keep it from happening. I think the governors are that way too.
Las Vegas is shutting down the casinos tomorrow.
Well, there you go.
You know it's bad when the mafia is shutting down. When the mafia is shutting down geriatric Disney World.
Yeah, the mob doesn't really own Vegas anymore. That's all. They sold out to the corporations in the 80s and the 90s, from what I hear.
Yeah, sure. The new mafia. The new mafia is shutting down adult Disney World. It's crazy. Now, I was looking up. I've been reading about Typhoid Mary. I guess tomorrow I've got to go debate someone on the kill stream. I hate doing debates. I really do. But Ralph asked me to come on the kill stream as a favor to debate someone who is in favor of the government shutdowns and closures. So that'll be great. So I was kind of
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was researching Typhoid Mary, and because that's a pretty notorious case where someone was put on a permanent lockdown. But the interesting thing is, Typhoid Mary was not the most prolific transmitter of typhoid, and she was not the only identified super spreader of the virus. In fact, there were 200 other people in New York City alone that have been identified by the New York Department of Health as carrying asymptomatic typhoid that were the same risk as her, and they were not locked up at all.
Yeah, my problem with it is this: the childlike faith that the government can do anything competently.
Yeah.
It's like, you do know what you're talking about, right? You're talking about complete bureaucratic apparatchiks. I mean, these people are imbeciles. They can't do anything. Our CDC very nearly let coronavirus loose in this country wild. I mean, they're completely incompetent and useless. Well, my God, that you start saying incompetent, useless federal agency, That's almost
It's
redundant.
redundant. Yeah.
Yeah,
A
yeah,
bit.
wet water, tall giant, you know. But I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like show me anything the government does competently when lives aren't at stake, you know. And now you're going to just let them. You're gonna fall in behind and go, yeah, we need to cancel all the things. Yeah,
My main issue, and I think this will be the focus of how I do the debate, because I'm not going to convince anyone that the government locking people up is the wrong thing to do or whatever, and that's fine. I think how I'm going to frame the issue is this. If we're depriving people of rights, we need to ensure that there's due process going on because we have a constitutional right to it. And if I go to this case in Kentucky where the guy's locked up in his house because he refuses to self quarantine, people are equating him to Typhoid Mary, but there's a big difference. One, Typhoid Mary was in 1907, and the average person knows a lot more about how viruses are transmitted. Two, typhoid was transmitted by direct ingestion of like a salmonella contaminated food. And coronavirus is different. And that in and of itself makes this a different scenario, right? If someone has AIDS and they go out and have sex with people to transmit AIDS to them, there's an intentional act going on, or they bleed in their soup or something. If someone just goes to Walmart and coughs, they're not intentionally transmitting a disease. There's a big difference here. And you don't actually have a right to not have communicable diseases transmitted to you, which sounds weird, but you don't. So there's a lot going on.
well,
But
I believe a lot more in the sensibility of people than I do in the sensibility of government. Sorry.
yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I believe in either of them. But the one thing I do know is that if I choose to stay home on my own, I'm safe from everybody.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. I don't know. The thing that gets me is the guy in Kentucky is locked in his house. He has not had a hearing. He has not been represented by counsel, but he is detained fully. Presumably, if he leaves his house, he will be arrested or shot. And a lot of people would say shot. And his wife has allegedly come out and said that he does not have the virus. And they've now hired a lawyer to fight it. But my understanding is the courts are shutting down. So not sure if his fight will go very well.
Well, you know, edge cases always make for bad law. You know, I mean, we know that. Learned that in law school, and Lord knows you can see it everywhere. In a country of 350 million people, you're going to have a few people that do really completely outrageous things, but you can't write those kind of laws for everybody. Well, I mean, you can, but they're not going to be very effective. And oh, by the way, wait for the gun confiscations to start.
In New Orleans, they're trying to ban the sale of guns already. The New Orleans mayor is trying to ban the sale of guns.
Yeah, because obviously guns have a lot to do with coronavirus.
Yeah,
and that right there is your whole argument. There's your whole argument in the debate tomorrow. Well, how can you prevent your blessed government that you have such charming, childlike faith in from abusing your rights in ways that are completely unrelated to the emergency? And of course, the answer is no, you can't.
Yeah.
So a bunch of anti-gun loons are going to run around abridging people's constitutional rights. I sure hope they're putting abortions off because, my God, those have got to be, that's elective surgery for all practical purposes, and that shouldn't be allowed.
I read something about Italy, and they have, if what I read is true, they have shut down abortions in Italy, and they're down like 98.5%.
Well, and that's an example, of the exact same dynamic with the gun laws, right? I mean, with the gun seizures, you know. But somehow, I think that our lefty administrations are not going to be shutting abortion clinics down, despite the fact that they pose considerable infection risks in comparison to going to Walmart.
Yeah,
you know.
And that's the interesting thing. I was reading a thread by some guy, and he had a blue check mark, so I trust him inherently. But he was talking about how the government should be taking steps, but they're taking the wrong steps. and he laid out
They always do. They always do. That's the thing. It's like, you know, the, who in their right mind would actually bet their life savings or their house on the government doing anything right? You
I'm
know,
hoping that since they cut the interest rate down, that the mortgage interest rate will drop really low right in time for me to sell my house. That's what I want.
well, they're getting to a point where they're just about to a point where they're going to start giving us money to borrow it.
Actually, Trump or someone, no, Steve Mnuchin or whatever, is talking about sending checks to all adult Americans.
Yeah, they ought to. What they ought to do is eliminate the payroll tax deduction. That would be an immediate, effective way to infuse a non-trivial amount of money into the economy, to 110, 120 billion dollars a month,
Yeah,
and you'd be getting it to, you know.
well, they talked about that, but I think they're talking about literally sending sending money to people, which is weird. It'll be
What could
interesting.
possibly go wrong with that program?
It'll be interesting when everybody congregates at the bank to cash their government check. And they everybody clears out. It's like, oh, got rid of that line quick.
That's interesting. I want to see the government pull something like that off in real time.
That's what they say they're doing. We'll watch it happen.
See, the payroll tax deduction idea, that's such a clean thing because the government doesn't have to do anything except you don't have to pay it.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually have to do anything, so it might actually work.
The hard thing
Where are they
about
going to get a list of names and addresses for all adults in the country?
Oh, Ty. They already have it from Google. No,
of course.
So there's an interesting question though, or there's an interesting problem with your solution. And that solution is the gig economy. And those are the people.
Well, it's not a solution. It's one of the ways you can effortlessly dump a bunch of money into the economy. It's not a panacea.
I think their goal is to grant relief to people who are looking at 2 to 4 weeks of no employment and many of them not getting paid.
Yeah, well, the thing is, when you're shutting everybody down and you're shutting businesses down, as a business owner myself, I got news for folks. If I don't have any money coming in, I can't pay my people.
Right. Well, and that's the thing. So, and the real problem, the real issue is you've got all these bars just shut down. Well, lots of those bars had stand-up comics or musical acts or something that are relying on that income, and they don't get it now. I mean, the bar doesn't get it, but the musician definitely doesn't get it. And they've foregone other engagements and stuff to get those things. So now they don't have income. I mean, they don't have a source of income, and there is no replacing it. And there is any tax relief that they would get would be realized probably in April if you're on the gig economy, because you're not paying your payroll tax. It's not getting deducted from your check. You're paying it later.
Self-employment tax, and you theoretically have quarterly estimated tax payments. So you would get the benefit, but you wouldn't get it weekly or every pay period like other people do.
Right. You're going to get it either quarterly.
I don't believe that's why one side of the aisle is opposed to that, though. They're opposed to cut the payroll taxes because because every time you do that and you have to restart it, people go, "Hey, wait a minute, what happened to my money?"
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, another way to do it would be to take it one step further and simply stop collecting personal income tax.
That would be great. They should do that.
Well, again, they could do it for 2 or 3 months without wrecking the budget further. But bottom line, this is an interesting time. I'm not a big fan of government stimuluses in general, but this is one of those exceptions that proves the rule kind of moments where if the government by fiat is going to shut a bunch of businesses down, then
they better start paying people. Yeah. That's the problem. Is it's always the secondary effects of the government action. It might make sense. It might seem to make sense, although I might disagree, to mandate shutdowns of everywhere.
Wouldn't cities just be a whole lot easier to run though if you could just make everybody stay home?
Yeah. They'd be great.
You know, even people as stupid as your typical blue city mayor could maybe even do a competent job if they could just by law make everybody stay home.
If just no one did anything.
Yeah.
Here's the great part. In Los Angeles, arraignments are delayed for a week. So if you get arrested for whatever reason, you're going to be sitting in jail for a week without a hearing. I mean, that's not going to cause any troubles at those county jails that are going to fill up like in a day and not get cleared out. No big deal. And you'll be locked in the rooms with a bunch of other people that might or might not have coronavirus. That'd be fantastic.
Well, yeah, exactly. I read that Iran apparently released a bunch of prisoners because coronavirus was running wild in their in some jail. How does that make any sense at all?
Yep. The best part about our state, I can talk about Minnesota. Minnesota, our governor passed a shutdown of restaurants. Our governor is Democrat, and I'm friends with the Republican state rep. And the first thing he said when I'm in a group chat with him, and the first thing he said when someone brought up the shutdown was, "There's nothing we can do about it. The legislature cannot do anything. We've given so much executive power during a peacetime emergency that the legislature can't even check the governor's control."
Well,
and they don't have standing to sue, and even if they did, the courts aren't hearing cases. So we're just done.
Well, we're going to find out how trustworthy our elected leaders are. I have a premonition of what the answer to that question is. Down here, our governor said, no, he's not shutting anything down. He's going to, if municipalities want to give it a shot, they can. I think Houston did. But I'm pretty sure that in most parts of Texas, outside of the big cities, any mayor that tries to do that would probably,
they'd be running for re-election.
Literally running.
Yeah.
Literally. Yeah. And again, we're back to that armed society being a polite society and a society that's able to enforce its own rights if necessary.
Our governor shut down hair salons.
Right, because Lord knows. Okay, I'll bite. Why?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know. All I know is Lady Rackets had a hair appointment tomorrow, and now if she wants to do it, she has to go to
your governor. Now, I'd be willing to bet a steak dinner that within a week or two, that particular thing will be overturned. Because you want to cheese off a bunch of women about their hair. That's a good way to never get elected again.
It's crazy.
Remember one year there was a bill that was floated around, some procedure or something that women do. I don't know if it was hair coloring or something. Anyway, but apparently a lot of women did it. But there was a bill out there to restrict that to dermatologists and stuff.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. And my friend got kind of roped into supporting it. Hey, you support this? Oh, sure. And I get a call from one of our bigger clients, and his daughter does that stuff herself for a living, and she's like furious. And I called him up. I said, man. So before I did, I went and I asked Ellie and my daughter. I said, what about this? And they were furious. And I called him. I said, for God's sakes, get away from that bill. He said, why? I said, because the women of Texas hate it. I'm not kidding. They hate it. They hate it. They hate it. How'd you even get involved in this? And he's like, well, it's lobbyists I know. I said, quit. And he did. He bolted for the door. That thing fell apart in a few days. But you do not want to mess with women and their hair and their makeup, that kind of thing.
Especially not in Texas.
Ooh, no.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think anywhere, but yeah, especially not Texas.
Well, I'm on Thursday, guys. This is a preview for Thursday's show. I'm talking to a guy in Michigan. He works in the Michigan legislature. He's a legislative aide, And we're going to be talking about the case of this kid. I don't know if you saw this. A kid posted a picture of an AR-15 on Snapchat. He sent it to his friends on Snapchat, and he said, bringing this, something like, this will melt the snowflakes. And by snowflakes, I mean literal snow, right? Because he goes to school in Michigan. And he was bringing his AR-15 to the college, which you can do as long as you check it. And so he gets to the college and he checks his AR-15 like normal, so that if he wants to take it out and go hunting or sport shooting or whatever, he can do that. You just can't have him in the dorm. And so he does that, and then he gets arrested for making terroristic threats. He's
First
held
Amendment, United States Constitution.
He's held in jail for 83 days. Without a hearing. Then they transferred him to house arrest.
How does he not own that college?
He's now, because the University of Michigan is one of 3 states, I think Minnesota is another one, where the university predates the state being incorporated into the union. So they get to run outside the bounds of the legislature with relative autonomy. It's a weird mess. But he was held in jail for 83 days, and he then got transferred to house arrest and has been on it for like 6 months. But what people don't understand about house arrest is you pay a rental fee on the tether, your tether that's on your ankle, $50 a day. He has
Holy
to pay.
Crap! $1,500 a month.
Yeah. So this kid, his dad is a former career Marine, like 30 years in the Marine Corps. Clean records on both of them. His dad.
Can't believe, have they lawyered up?
Oh yeah, yeah, but their hearing is now delayed because coronavirus. So we're going to be talking about him. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he has. They've moved to dismiss the case and to quash all the evidence because he talked to the police because he's a kid. Made some mistakes, talked to the police about it. They got a hold of like all of his social media records and stuff. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to take every meme or saying that he's ever made out of context and just bury him in it. By the way, they subpoenaed his entire Snapchat history. So guys, if you think you're clear on Snapchat saves everything you send. Just so you know that. But yeah, we're going to be talking about him and his case on Thursday. And in that, we're going to be talking about the crazy behind the scenes stuff that happens at the legislatures. The guy.
This is what happens when you don't have an adequate supply of tar and feathers.
Lucas Gerhard. That's the name. Yeah. And this is, actually the interesting thing is if this kid were up, if he were in a major city in Michigan, he actually would have probably had a better chance. But he's in a small town up on the northern peninsula of Michigan, way out in the sticks. And so the search warrant and stuff is completely ludicrous. And small town cops, rubber stamp that search warrant. And the judge who reviews the search warrant is the judge who issued it. All of the problems that come with small town life. So, but the guy I'm interviewing used to work on Capitol Hill in Washington as well. So we're going to talk about what goes on in the legislatures, and it's a disaster. People probably, I think people who watch this show realize that their legislatures are largely bumbling morons and that the staffers run just about everything. But
they don't do exactly a swimmingly good job either. But.
No, and their personal things get into bills all the time that the legislators who are sponsoring them have no idea, because they don't read the 300-page bill that you don't read either. So it's it'll be a good show, but we're going to talk a lot about Lucas because it's crazy.
Yeah. Maybe I can catch it.
You say that kid is stupid for saying dumb shit like that anyway. You don't mean real snow. He also didn't mean he was going to shoot the entire school. Like that's crazy. He wasn't going to shoot up anybody. But and whatever. We'll talk about it on Thursday. Come watch the show.
The anti-gun loons are out there to punish the deplorables. That's what this is all about. All of this anti-gun hysteria has nothing to do with gun crime or any genuine concern over that. It's to put the deplorables in their place. That's simple.
Let's see. Okay, Talonseer says, up the mic sounding suspiciously like go at throttle up. Don't pull any Challenger shenanigans and we'll be happy. Oh, no.
What?
That must have been like one of the last transmissions of the Challenger. Go at throttle up.
Oh, really?
It's okay. We're 30 something years past Challenger.
I saw that thing blow up on TV.
So did I. I was a little kid watching that launch, and I saw it explode.
That particular day, my classes didn't start till, I don't know, 11 or 12, whenever they did, and I was getting dressed and watching a little black and white portable TV in my room, and yeah, it just went up and it's like, that don't look good. Yeah. Actually, when Columbia exploded, it actually re-entered.
It was right over you guys.
Right over us, yeah. And I remember when it happened, I was walking down the hall. I was going to lunch, breakfast with a buddy of mine. And I was walking down the hall, and I hear this low rumbling, kind of, and the windows rattled. I said, what the heck is that? And it lasted a second or two. I was like, well, I don't think. So I went to breakfast, and I came back. It was my youngest daughter's birthday. And her birthday party was starting later that morning. So I get back, and my buddy Greg is getting out of his car to come to the party with his kids. And he goes, hey, did you hear we just lost another shuttle? I said, no. And they said, yeah, it was Columbia. I said, where? And he said, right above us.
Yeah.
I went, oh, yeah. Yeah, there was some wreckage that landed near Palestine, and somebody got prosecuted for trying to, I think, sell it. Was eBay around then?
Yeah. The crazy thing about the Challenger is they found out later that the cockpit was relatively intact.
Oh, God.
And had they had proper parachutes, they might have actually lived. That they probably survived the explosion and died on the impact with the ground. So, crazy stuff.
Yeah. Space flight has never been particularly safe.
Yeah. Well, and that's why those guys are pretty cool. Okay, he says, by the way, this hysteria is dumb. Number one, panicked during the H1N1 issues during Obama. Media out here poking bears. Or no one panicked during H1N1 issues during Obama, and media is out here poking bears. Yeah, the media stands to profit from a panic, and
it's the only chance the Democrats have of beating Trump at this point.
Yeah, that'll be very interesting. I think that's
not going to work. They're not going to Katrina.
I think it's a double-edged sword, because I think if they don't cancel Biden and Bernie rallies, then they're being disingenuous. But if they cancel Biden and Bernie rallies, man, it's going to be tough to get the message out.
Well,
it's going to be tough to drive up excitement. And Trump supporters are already excited because he's been campaigning for rallies for 4 years, because he's one of the first presidents who knows how to actually maintain marketing messages, which is, of course, why the media hates that he does it. He's been doing it very well. They're like, why is he holding rallies? It's not an election year. It's like, oh, you guys don't know anything about engaging a customer base, do you?
That's so cute. Yeah, it is unfortunate this is happening during an election year, because there's very definitely a political angle to all this. I got bad news for the left. They're not going to be able to Katrina Trump. He is not going to sit passively by and let it happen the way W did.
Nope. Well, and W won re-election anyway. So, I mean, Katrina was after that. That was 2005,
yeah, Katrina was
right?
after that. Yeah, Katrina, and that's what led to the Democrats taking the House in 2006 and the Senate, and kind of set the stage for Obama to wind up with a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate.
And then Cancer Brain McCain went ahead and lobbed that softball across the Obama plate.
Well, yeah, after McCain and Romney, I was kind of at a point where I thought maybe we ought to actually start running Republicans in the Republican nominee and then for president.
So Matt,
crazy, I know.
No, we don't want to do that. Matt Dennison says New Orleans mayor. Excuse me. issues proclamation saying she is empowered if necessary to suspend or limit the sale, dispensing, or transporting of alcoholic beverages, firearms, explosives, and combustibles. Constitutional? Who cares? It's a crisis, man. Did you know that if you go outside,
people in New Orleans and everywhere else, if you let your elected officials get away with it, they're going to get away with it.
Yeah.
There are consequences to electing totalitarian morons to run your cities.
Well, and the problem is, and I think they're more prevalent on one side of the aisle than the other, but the Kentucky governor's a Republican.
Mm-hmm.
And he said the biggest lie. He said the biggest lie that he's probably said during his entire governorship was, I never thought I would have to do, or I hoped I would never have to do something like this. And that to me is the biggest lie, because I think every executive level politician has their own wet dream of saving the day by doing some major controversial executive action.
I have a theory, Nick, and we'll see how it works out. My theory is not so much, they're all little strutting martinets who really want to, run things. But I think you'll probably see that kind of stuff will be concentrated most among the executives who really aren't very good at their job. It's an expression of their insecurity more than anything else. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
If it plays out. Governor Abbott, he's like, no, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
He is totally secure in his place and has proven to be an extremely effective governor.
Can I say the joke?
I can't stop you.
I just wish Governor Abbott would stand up for Texans.
Oh.
Just kidding, Greg. I love you. You're a good dude.
So when we nationalize Fort Hood, I'm going to make sure they send some drones up to Minnesota.
Okay, Toby Garton says, this is for either whiskey or for just being awesome. Either way, you stood up for Vic. Much love, heart. Hey, thanks, buddy. Kayla, not anybody we know, says, hello, Nick and Ty. Pennsylvania has shut down just about everything, including liquor stores. Can you have they shut down the liquor stores? Okay, I get shutting down the bars, but if you can't drink at home, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah. Once again, you got a whole bunch of church ladies and people that their whole lives, all they've wanted to do is boss you around, and this is what's happening.
Wow. Can you have a drink for my uncle? His funeral was yesterday. He was more of a father to a lot of his nieces and nephews. It's been tough. Absolutely. And
sorry as hell.
Because I have respect for the deceased that people want respect for, we're going with an 18-year Highland Park, not this Jack Daniel's swill.
You're going to wake up one of these nights and there will be an open bottle of Jack Daniels in bed with you.
Just the top of it.
Yeah, just the top. Yeah.
Just from here up.
Right. Yeah, it'll be sawed off.
With the plastic screw top on it.
And you'll be screaming just like the guy in the gun. Ah! Ah! Sorry as hell for your loss, really.
Yes, absolutely. Gip Stuff says, thanks for signing my Lagavulin 16 at Kitchener Comic-Con and for resuming Ace Attorney after I asked you about it. Rest easy after you beat Von Karma.
Wow.
And don't.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I saw Ace Attorney for the first time last night.
Oh, and don't force yourself with the last case. It's too tedious and it wasn't in the original Game Boy Advance release. Oh God, I don't want to do it. So how is that for you, watching that ridiculous game?
Wow, as boring and as excruciating as I would have expected a video game about lawyers to be.
It's a different style of game. It's a visual novel.
I couldn't stop watching it though. I mean, it was like a train wreck you can't tear your eyes from. I was just kind of going.
I am not a fan of it. It's also the Japanese criminal justice system, which is a nightmare. An absolute nightmare.
I can only imagine. Yeah, a non-Western legal system with a veneer of Western legal principles on top of it.
It's tough, but Japan has like a 98% conviction rate.
Yes.
Which means it's working because there's such a high conviction rate. That's why it works well.
My favorite story about the Japanese is I Oh, I've always liked ships, and I've always been interested in ships. And so I was reading about, the fact that if you have a stowaway and he winds up in the United States, the shipping line has to actually pay to ship the stowaway back to their home. And that's that's one of the ways we try to we try to keep people from ships from allowing stowaways on them. Japanese cargo ships don't have stowaways.
Nope.
They just don't.
Never heard of one.
And word around the campfire is that the reason for that is they just throw them off the.
No one. Just everybody knows not to go on the boats. How dare you suggest anything different?
The one book where I read this, it was a particular captain. His a pretty good book. I can't remember the name of it, but these are stories of just some of his wilder exploits of, like, for example, the government in Haiti at one point impounded a ship, and they were basically just trying to shake the ship owner down. So they hired him and a bunch of his buddies to go in and steal the ship, and crap like that. I mean, just interesting stuff. But yeah, he said they basically just throw them off.
Yeah, I would assume so.
They're done with it. So,
Elliot Joubert says, all the meat counters here in Austin aren't selling steaks, so take my fucking steak money. What's y'all's favorite cuts? Let me just say, I was kind of like, okay, how am I going to make sure we have enough food? And then I opened my freezer and remembered that I have a quarter cow in it already. Mm-hmm. So I was like, oh, baby, we're fine. We're doing great. We got all the protein.
Steak, but I'm a big fan of Sadler's pre-cooked brisket.
Okay.
It's the best brisket you'll ever get. Just saying. Pre-cooked.
Okay, but what's your favorite cut of steak?
Oh, New York strip. I like New York strip
steak.
Okay. Yeah.
I kind of go back and forth. I've been cooking these tomahawk ribeyes from time to time. It's like a 2.5 pound ribeye on the bone, and you have to slow cook it and then sear it off at the end. You can't just cook it on a fire; it won't cook through because they're like this thick.
Yeah.
And so it has like a roast-like quality, but with steak on the outsides, if that makes sense. Really good.
Steak with roast in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty agnostic when it comes to steak. I don't have a strong preference for any of them. I love them all. So.
Yeah, if I'm having a regular steak though, if I go to steak counter, it's a ribeye. I pick a ribeye 10 times out of 10. I just do. So, it's good stuff. But we have all kinds of good. We have strip steaks, we have ribeyes, we have sirloin and T-bones. Stop it. We have.
Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. But I was really excited about that. I was like, oh, okay. See, and this is what I was saying earlier: is I cook everything fresh. So I've had this frozen cow that I never get a steak out and thawed. I just go to the store and buy a steak if I'm going to cook a steak because that's
a stockpile now. So.
Yeah, so it worked out really well.
Unless power goes out, but that probably won't happen.
No. Stop. I got. Well, I'll throw it outside. We'll be good for a while.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, y'all live above the Arctic Circle effectively, so there's that.
Weirdo with a cello says Corona Chan closed my trade school for a month, so I have to wait that much longer to be a certified electrician. Meantime, if you need cheap electrical work, hit me up. If you're a cop or OSHA, ignore this. Don't tell the lawyers.
Just joking.
Interestingly, the California governor has said, don't expect schools to reopen until the next school year. So spring break has become spring summer break. And they're not the only state doing it. I'll be surprised if our state reopens them, but our schools are shut down. My kids are like, oh, it's so lucky to be in public school. If you homeschool, we still have to do our work. I was like, you're already at home. You don't do anything.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. If you don't eat your meat, you can't have any pudding.
Yeah. They, like, your school takes 2 hours a day. Shut up. I had to sit there for 9 hours of hatred.
Or just abject boredom.
Yeah.
Take your pick.
James Spoon says, here's some money for toilet paper. Bon appetit. Dodge that Kung flu. And remember, no government agency or official ever gives up power willingly.
Nope.
Yep. Intimidator0108 says, hey, Nick and Ty. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you both. Oh, yeah. It's National Alcohol Day.
Oh, yeah.
Played a few rounds of Modern Warfare earlier tonight with friends, wearing my green Mobile Suit Gundam wing shirt, enjoying a couple of Bud Light limes. Cheers. Cheers to you, buddy. Jonathan Cass says, so we've got a couple of anarchists here, right? Are you an anarchist, Ty?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. I'm not an anarchist, but I'm probably a libertarian, but I find the Libertarian Party to be relatively insufferable. So I don't really like them.
Libertarians are just conservatives who want to smoke dope.
Probably. I don't even want to smoke it. I don't care about that at all. But I do want it to be legal. So there's that. But no, I'm not really an anarchist.
Are they closing all the weed shops down in places that are shutting the alcohol stores down?
They better not.
Just curious.
I mean, it is interesting, though. You know, Trump shut down international borders and no one said a damn word. Remember a couple years ago, Trump shut down borders to a couple countries. It's like, oh, he's a racist.
Oh, no. The Democrats raised all kinds of cane whenever he closed the border with China a month ago. It was racist. It was this, it was that, and the other thing. And Biden, who obviously is in the latter stages of dementia.
Oh my God!
Biden tweeted
great.
out, you know, closing borders won't stop the coronavirus. Okay.
Biden. Did you see the thing where he said we must reelect Donald Trump? Oh, it was beautiful. God, that guy's great.
Yeah, I got a friend up in New York City who probably isn't watching this show. I can always tell what the New York Times is flogging because I get it from him every morning. And I just flat asked him a couple of days ago, I said, do you really think that drooling, creepy derelict is going to defeat Trump? I mean, I'm just curious,
I don't know. I don't
never
think...
could get an answer out of him.
Well, what if the plan is to have Biden run with Hillary on the ticket? Biden is one corona cough away from Hillary being president.
Let me ask you, I think even Biden wouldn't be dumb enough to get in between Hillary Clinton and the presidency.
He might not know what he's doing anymore.
I don't know. I think at some point, just low animal cunning self-preservation would kick in.
Let's see. Jonathan Cass. Oh, wait, no. Brody S says, I love communism and my government. They will totally protect me from getting coofed on. Waddle Spire says, I live in Iowa and Reynolds has called for the closure of pretty much everything. They're supplementing the unemployment system by footing the bill if it is virus related, but who knows how viable that will be in the long term. It won't be viable in the long term. Governments don't plan for long term. It's amazing.
No. Well, and virus related. Okay.
What does that even mean?
What does that mean? Yeah. And who gets to decide? Because I'm sure they'll be totally fair about it.
Yeah. I love unemployment hearings. Have you ever done one of those?
No, God, no.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't.
Well, actually, no, I have actually. Yeah, I have. Sorry, Texas Workforce Commission. I've actually represented employers when they fired people for cause and they tried to get.
Oh, you were on the hate side of it.
Oh hell yeah!
See, I'm on the good side of it.
I had a lawyer actually who left us. Tried that on me, and they poured her out. So.
I've represented people on the other side, the employees, because Minnesota, it's really hard to fire someone for employee misconduct, but employers label everything employee misconduct because if you don't challenge it, they just win and you don't get your unemployment benefits. And you have it's either 30 or 60 days to challenge that employee misconduct. But to qualify as employee misconduct in Minnesota, the activity that the employee was fired for has to be so far outside of the bounds of reasonable foreseeability that it would not happen as part of your normal job duties.
Right. So basically you can't challenge it.
So insubordination isn't employee misconduct, right? Because you could reasonably expect that employee would be insubordinate. That's just going to happen. They didn't listen to their boss.
Why do they even bother having hearings?
Well, because people don't know to challenge it. So they think, oh, employee misconduct. Yeah, I called my boss a catch you next Tuesday or whatever. So I guess that I was fired. It's like, well, you got in an argument with your boss. Everybody gets in an argument with your boss. Not everybody gets fired for it. But if you spit in someone's food or something, or you punch someone, that's pretty far outside the bounds of decency.
Well, Texas is an at-will employment state, so we
are too, but we have a little bit of communism left in us. So
yeah.
We're the one Walter Mondale state. Remember that?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's
right. Benjamin Smith says, Ty, I loved Radio Nowhere. Nick, do you mind if I shill my debut post-apocalyptic novel? Quote, the world may have fallen, but the thin blue line's battle is only beginning. Available on Kindle Unlimited. The title is Blue Crucible.
Huh.
I don't mind at all. So you guys can check out Blue Crucible on Amazon's Kindle or Kindle Unlimited.
Started reading a book by John Ringo, and crap, I can't remember the title of it. It's a zombie apocalypse book, and I'm not a huge zombie apocalypse fan, but it's really turned out to be pretty good. Crap, the stream will probably know what series I'm talking about. It's about a guy. He's a father. He has two very capable, intelligent teenage daughters, and they're going through the apocalypse. You can understand how.
Is it Black Tide Rising?
Yeah, I think so. Sounds right.
That was Patrick Law said that immediately. Black Tide Rising. So.
Yeah. I think that's correct. I'm through the reason. What triggered that is I just got past the scene where there's a cop. I assume he'll probably be a recurring character. But
sure.
He's had his first encounter with the zombies.
And, do you ever read Empire by Orson Scott Card?
No, I don't think I did.
Next time I'm in Tyler, I'm going to give you that book.
Okay.
Or I'll mail it to you, one of the two, because I don't know when I'll be in Tyler again. But yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one too. It's not post-apocalyptic. It's a modern American Civil War, and it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Okay, Unkindness of Ravens says
notes.
Unkindness of Ravens says Champaign, Illinois Mayor Deb Finan signed an executive order giving her the power to order the seizure of guns, ammo, alcohol, and gas during the pandemic. The executive order also enables the government to take possession of private property. Now, interestingly, these are all Fifth Amendment takings. Mm-hmm. So did you see the guy with the Purell? He had like 1,700 bottles of Purell.
Yeah. The one, the one I'm thinking of has 17,000. Yeah, that's probably and Amazon right. is he can't get rid of them because Amazon and eBay have shut him out for.
So he said he was going to donate it to a church, and then he didn't return any phone calls, so they showed up and took it.
They being the government?
I think so. Just U-Hauls showed up and just opened his storage unit and just took it.
There you go.
How do you feel about price gouging? I'm for it.
I'm
100% for it.
Like every reasonably educated economist in the universe, price gouging is what will ensure that the supply is reinstated. If you can sell hand sanitizer for $50 a bottle, I guarantee you more people will be making hand sanitizer. You'd think funny thing with me, smarter than a bucket of dirt would get that.
Someone said to me, but what happens if you don't want to pay $50 a bottle for hand sanitizer? And I said, don't buy it.
Don't buy it. Well, and you're not going to have to for very long.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have to ever. I don't use hand sanitizer.
This is something that no economist, whether they're a Marxist economist or a Republican, Democrat, whatever, economists, universally agree that restricting price gouging is stupid because it just delays the market correction and delays the reestablishment of the supply. And unfortunately, not even down here in Texas are we free from politicians grandstanding that. But that is the dumbest thing ever.
That blows my mind. But so the interesting thing is, to me, that's a Fifth Amendment taking. He has to be reasonably compensated. at the fair market value for the hand sanitizer.
Yeah, the question is when the fair market. Obviously the logical argument would be the fair market value at the moment of the taking.
They're not going to do that though. They're going to give him the price he paid if they give him anything.
But what I don't understand is if I had hand sanitizer, let's say, why not just put it up on eBay with no reserve?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
I saw a single sheet of toilet paper on eBay, and it was at 6 cents with 3 bids. It had 3 bids, Ty.
This is definitely not the 21st century I was looking for. I'm just saying. Yeah,
I saw square of it.
I put it up on Facebook. I had the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, and they're looking over at Pestilence. He's got a toilet paper in each arm, and they go, seriously?
Ace Brain 2003 says, with all these cities shutting down, how will they have enough manpower to enforce it? How long until martial law gets enacted? And that's the question that I'm really curious about, because so LA,
it's going to be selectively enforced. That's what they always do.
Los Angeles, for example, has shut down all gatherings of 50 people or more. And New Jersey and New York are proposing mandatory curfews for non-essential travel, which means if you're not going to a grocery store, a bank, or a doctor, or your work.
You know exactly what's going to happen. The police are going to get out of control and kill somebody, and it'll probably be a member of a minority group, and let the rioting commence.
Yeah, and
that's how this invariably ends up.
Well, and the other thing, or if that doesn't happen, if we're fortunate and no one gets shot over this, the National Guard will be deployed to certain major metropolitan areas, and they will enforce the curfew. And there will be APCs and Humvees driving down the streets with a guy on a mounted machine gun like we're in fucking Libya.
All because some blue state mayor wants to be king for a day.
It's gonna be it's crazy, and we're probably honestly a week away from that. We're a week away, and
I sure would like to argue with you, but
I hope I'm wrong on that. But if that does happen, we're a week out, and.
Yeah.
And I know I sound terrible in this, but we have to remember that there are less than 7,000 confirmed cases of this in a country of 350 million.
We're tracking, interesting enough, if you look at the time from the first infection, we're tracking in numbers almost exactly Italy.
Sure.
Even though we have 5 times population?
Italy's up to 2,500 deaths, though, right?
Right. But what I'm saying is, though, if you look at where I don't know how many days we are from infection number 1, but let's say it's 100 days. When Italy was 100 days, they had about 10% more infections and deaths than we do, and it's tracking almost frighteningly close.
Sure.
So my point being is, 2,500 deaths in a nation of 350 million people is not exactly. I don't know is that really a good reason to enact martial law and destroy the economy?
It's nowhere near other causes of death that we don't want the government to intervene on.
Thank God we don't let them fix what 40,000 plus die on our streets every year. Can you imagine?
It's higher than that. It's 55 plus thousand. I think.
Yeah, shut the streets down.
Gun murder is 8,500 a year.
Yeah,
something like that. It's crazy. I'm curious. I'm curious about the cultural differences, and I don't know. But I'm curious about the cultural differences of the elderly living at home in Italy versus here.
Well, that's one theory about why the mortality rate is so high in Italy. Is they have the second oldest population of, I think, any country except Japan.
They're also a lot less spread out. I mean, we don't realize just how spread out the population of the United States is, but our population per square mile is leagues below almost every other country.
Well, Texas is bigger, I think, than Germany.
Yeah.
And we have a third the population, or a fourth the population. I mean, we're yeah, we're spread out. Americans tend to already be far more into social distancing than normal. Um, I I remember one time when I was a psychology major many years ago, they were talking about the different cultural perceptions of personal space, and they had a camera at a dinner party, and there was someone from some Asian country, Korea or someplace, and an American, and they're talking, and they had the camera on them for the whole dinner party, and the whole time the Korean person keeps stepping forward and the American steps back and back and back and back and the whole part it's a ballet. And when I was in Taekwondo, my instructor was Korean.
Did
And
you
he was
always
like that.
retreat in Taekwondo, you Frenchman?
He would I remember him. He would get uncomfortably close to you to talk to you. It is I was a teenager, so I didn't really understand the cultural thing. But so we have a lot of advantages on that point. We also don't. We also weren't running around kissing and hugging on Chinese tourists.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, that's what I do.
Yeah. Well, where the thing has really been a problem have been in the nations that have a lot of interaction and exposure to the Chinese.
Sure. Keck7Go says, Nick, you forgot to mention the illustrious and extraordinary pig roach. Darkside Phil does not own any electronics and neglected to tell the bankruptcy court about his PayPal accounts, but he amended that in the filings. So props. Yeah, remember, I mentioned to you that his sole job is streaming online, right? So, he did list 0 electronics in the home. $0 worth of electronics. So
I'm trying to remember on the bankruptcy petition, do you list everything or do you exclude exempt property under state law? I don't know if that would matter. I'm just
you have to list the exempted property and then claim the exemption. But I don't think you have to also choose federal or state law, whichever one you want. And I don't remember if he chose Washington or federal. I think he chose Washington law because the exemption on the homestead is probably bigger than the federal exemption.
Yeah, I think Western states tend to be more generous in that regard than the Eastern states.
Yeah, it's hard to well, that's because the laws were written later in them, typically.
And truth be known, many Western states, Texas certainly were settled primarily by people fleeing their creditors.
Right.
That's why Texas has always had a historically.
Well, I found it interesting the difference in eminent domain laws, or not eminent domain, adverse possession laws. As you go west, they get considerably longer because the people who own the property in California all lived in New York, and it took them a while to go out. But I think Minnesota's at like 15 years, but California's 30. It's great. Mama Bear says, "Hey Ty, did you know that a pic of me and you is on a meme website when I was getting your autograph at Matsuri?"
Cool. I guess.
Rick Nikita says, "You should still go to LA. I'll be there. Tanner's going to be there. And your favorite Canadian, Stephen Bailey, will also be there." I can't do it. I can't go if the show is canceled because I just can't justify it.
It's no business deal with a Canadian company. They really are just painfully polite.
Well, Stephen Bailey is an absolute pile of garbage. So
is he?
Yeah. So we're not gonna.
He balances the whole thing out just himself, huh?
Yeah. So I can't go to LA, but because I have bought a ticket to LA, I will have credit for a ticket to LA on Delta for later in the year. So I am gonna make it out to LA when it's appropriate. Hopefully. So
now we're halfway through the stream and we're still talking about coronavirus. Is that the rest of the evening or we're going to?
No, I've got 2 more three super chats. And then we're going into Games Workshop and acquisitions.
Okay.
Namrick Isto says, "Hi Ty, I'm wanting to buy Vic a ticket to Fan Expo or FanX. He entertained us for so long. He deserves to have fun as provided by his fans. How can I send it to him?" I would
Send us an
suggest
email through the website,
yeah,
or just email him if you've got his email
you
address.
just email him directly is probably the way to facilitate that, I would think. Brody S says, quite drunk, but last super chat for the night. Oh, no, if you're quite drunk, there should be many more on the way.
Yeah, I was going to say, no, don't let that stop you.
It just says, Ty, please win the Vic appeal. Corona Chan, stop infringing my rights. So, as for the appeals court, that's up to the appeals court. We have to, we have to see how that goes.
We will do our level best.
And finally, Felipe Move says, Nick, did you guys already talk about the guy in Tennessee that bought 17,700 bottles of sanitizer and the AG opened an investigation on him? Briefly, but not competently, mainly on the principle of the government shouldn't be in the business of taking someone's stuff, and price gouging in a time of crisis is what times of crisis are for. In my opinion. I mean, there's just no way around it. If I have something that you want and I know you want it, I'm going to charge you more than it costs. That's it. Because I might want it.
Well, and again, back to economic theory, it's that spike in price that provides the incentive for more of that stuff to be made, which then drives the price back down.
Right.
If you artificially limit prices, you guarantee scarcity. Sort of the exact freaking opposite of what you want.
That was wait a
minute. Governments do that, don't they?
That was a really long way of saying, suck it up, bitch. Yeah.
It rose by any other name.
Oh no, the thought bots are in. No. In the chat, there's a bunch of there are these very sophisticated sex website bots that come in, and they come in and they copy the chats of other people, so it looks like they're participating in the conversation because they're saying stuff that's relevant to the stream just like a 30 seconds to a minute later. They're amazing, but we just got like 50 of them at once. It was great.
Oh.
And finally,
I thought bots.
The Big Red Bear says, hide your AR-14s. It looks like dementia's on the ticket, friends. I'm no fan of guns. I'm not even right wing, but I'm going to tell you right now, Joe Biden can handle being president like he can handle sentences. Oh no, things don't look good for our hero Joe. All right.
I enjoyed it when Biden was trying to say he's not going to take your gun. It's like, but you picked Beta O'Rourke. And, yeah.
I believe you fully, Joe.
Although when Buttigieg, however you say his name, when he got out,
Buttigieg.
Buttigieg. Yeah,
that's how my friend Q says it.
When he got out of the election, Beta did have to be happy because it turned out, well, not even Buttigieg was gay enough either. So because that was Beta's problem. He wasn't Hispanic enough, nor was he gay enough. And I really never thought I'd hear myself say that about him. So.
That's not the link. Gelf, that's the link that some guy said that I was stalking him online on AVO. Which wasn't true. I just made fun of him on a thread in Facebook because he was being stupid. That's the wrong one.
No, it's tough being you, Nick.
I know. This was before I was on YouTube. I was just in a Facebook group and some guy was being like a commie idiot. So I called him a commie idiot or whatever. Yeah. And I said, he was like a teacher in Japan. Right. And this was linked to his Facebook profile that he was a teacher in Japan and the school he taught and his name and everything. And so I said, I was giving a hypothetical of something like, what if I called up your school in Japan and accused you of all this stuff? Like, that wouldn't be very fair, would it? So then he said I was actually doing it. I was like, no, I'm raising the hypothetical of anyway, that was good. That's good. He says, sorry, I boomered. Hold on. Yeah. Thank you for bringing up my dark past. Okay. So we've pretty well covered Corona as far as we're not epidemiologists or virologists, pandemologists, whatever other made up ologist you want. And I'm thoroughly convinced that 90% of these people don't know what they're doing either. Guys, let me tell you this. When you go to a Walmart deli, and you ask for a particular type of cheese, and they grab a meat and start slicing it because they're functionally incapable of doing things right. That's not limited to the Walmart deli. That's actually at every level of employment that you encounter throughout the entire earth. So when people from the CDC or whatever are issuing proclamations, remember that just as many people as you run into in your daily life that don't know how to do their jobs, that same percentage applies at the CDC, at government, at every level.
Best. At best. At best. Because in the private sector, there are mechanisms to actually get rid of incompetent people. In the government sector, not so much.
Oh, here we go, Ty. Do you want to see your meme real quick? Well, it's not even a meme. It's just a picture of you. It's not,
picture.
But it's a picture of you signing your face, which is kind of funny. Let me pull it up real quick. Screen share here. Look at that.
There you go.
Look at this. Look at this guy. There you go.
I don't even know what the meme would say except, really?
It doesn't. I don't think it says anything. I love the guy in the background. Yeah,
that's where we were smoking cigars.
No, that's the indoor illegal location that we were smoking cigars at Matsuri.
Right.
Clearly,
yeah, that's right.
Indoors and not in a designated cigar smoking area. The Houston police were only seconds away from catching us, but we snuck away quickly to get away from the law. It was really
fortunate of us to pick an illegal smoking area that had ashtrays.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, that was fortuitous. So.
Oh my gosh. You know, I've got to mention something right here. You're on the stream, so I'm hesitant to talk about this stuff, and we won't talk about it in depth, but just so everybody knows, Ronversations will resume very soon. Very soon. Ty, I have to tell you, I have a mentally handicapped man who keeps messaging me on Twitter.
Well, I'm certain that you will deal with him with all of the...
He's fueled by his physically handicapped boyfriend, and I don't know what to do. I don't know how to make fun of him any harder.
So I guess he just can't quit you. I mean, I got nothing, Nick. Please don't come to me for moral advice on this.
Oh, I would never. I don't want moral advice on it.
No, of course not.
You might think of something less horrible than I would.
It's possible, but yeah.
Oh my gosh. So that's coming, guys. That is coming. I probably have enough material for one show right now, but why stop at one when we could get two? So that's great. But let's talk about acquisitions of large businesses, which is something that do you want to talk at all about the recent? I mean, you made the what was it, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, I think?
Yeah, I heard the New York Times. I don't know about that. But the Journal, definitely. They were gracious enough to mention Beard and Harris. Yeah, I could talk about it a little bit. I mean, talk about what's publicly out there.
Yeah, just mention what happened, and then we'll talk about esoteric things.
I represented the seller. It was a manufacturing company here in East Texas. They've been clients of mine for a long time, and I represented them in the acquisition. It was a very successful acquisition. It was a good deal, really one of those deals where everybody really came out ahead. I mean, it was I can't say enough good things about Hormel's counsel. They were tough but fair, and I think they'd probably say the same thing about me.
And it was who was the company that you represented? Was
Sadler's Smokehouse.
Oh yeah, you mentioned earlier the Sadler pre-cooked brisket.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. They've been clients for a very, very long time, and it was a good deal. But it was an interesting thing for me because I haven't done a lot of public company type acquisitions, and it was kind of fun seeing some of the things that they had to be mindful of that I didn't really, because they're a public company that you don't run into, and some of it's really esoteric, but that was an interesting aspect of it. The fact that it was a public company also meant there was a public announcement, so that was kind of cool.
It was
Normally,
awesome.
my deals don't get mentioned publicly because they're between a private seller and a private buyer.
So this is a 9-figure business deal. It was something like $250 million.
270 million was the official purchase price. Yeah.
Right. But if I understand these things correctly, there could be a fluctuation based on basically after closing calculations on inventory and other objects. And that could actually end up being a higher or slightly higher, slightly lower amount.
Yeah, that would be typical in a deal this size. And with this structure, it would, because anytime you're buying or selling a manufacturing company, for example, you've got, the buyer doesn't want to buy obsolete inventory, i.e., inventory that you're carrying on your books at a certain value, but you can't actually sell it. And so typically those things are left after closing to work out. And that can be millions of dollars. It depends on the details. There's usually what we call a working capital peg. When you sell a company to someone, you have to deliver a certain value of assets at closing. If you don't deliver that value, then the price is adjusted downwards. If you deliver more than that, it's adjusted upwards. Things like that.
Sure.
So there's these kind of deals, especially this size. There's always post-closing adjustments. But yeah.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It's been a while since I've done one this big.
So that's something that you guys, do, right? That you do in particular. You facilitate these acquisitions of companies, and we're not talking $30,000 private businesses. We're talking $50 million businesses, $200 million businesses, stuff like that.
Yeah, that all started actually very early in my career. I was doing estate planning for business owners, and excuse me. One of my early clients was a guy who owned a furniture distributorship in Dallas. $3 million, I think, was what it was worth. Anyway, he calls me up out of the blue and says, "I'd like you to represent me. I'm about to sell my company." And I mean, I'd been out of law school maybe a year, maybe not even a year. And I said, "Are you sure you don't want to get somebody that actually knows what they're doing?" He said, "Nah." He said, "Kid, I've sold 4 businesses. I'll teach you everything you need to know. I just need a lawyer to look it all over." I said, "Well, okay."
Sure.
And he was true to his word. He taught me all kinds of stuff. In fact, at closing, we've got all the documents there ready to sign. And this was a deal where we sold the company to the other side. We got cash, but we also took a note back, and they were going to pay us out over a couple of years. Well, I'm looking at the documents, and their lawyer was there. He had brought a little laptop and a little printer, and in 1997, that was really cool. Anyway, so I flipped to the back of the note, and I said, "Well, where's the personal guarantee?" That's where the owner of the buying company says, "I'll personally agree to pay that note if my company doesn't." And lawyer said, I guess, must not have printed." I said, "Well, just go ahead and print it." So they did. And the client walked over to me a little bit later and goes, "Oh, you passed." And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well, he said, I noticed that too. I was wondering if you were going to catch it." I said, "Okay, great." But that was the first deal I ever handled. It was a $2.5–3 million deal. And then the second deal was a $10 million deal. And it just kind of, that's the natural exit path for family business owners.
Right.
And of course, what invariably happens is, you sell the company. Usually the buyer runs it in the ground and you buy it back for a lot less.
Because they don't know what they're doing most of the time.
Now, in the case of the deal I just did, that's probably not going to be operative because Hormel is in the same business. And in fact, they were a big customer of ours. So,
I reviewed. I never told you this because I actually forgot. It was such a quick thing for me. I reviewed the acquisition of a very small business, about $60,000 acquisition. And so it was not very complicated. And it is probably in the exact situation that you're talking about right now, where the success of the small business was entirely based on the personality of the previous owner.
Yeah.
And, so the small business now, it was one of these things where they send around It was a mailing business. They sent out mailers basically on a periodic basis, but it was the owner who would develop the personal relationships through a hell of a lot of hard work, like driving around and just talking to people every single day. And I really like the guy. He's great, but he sold the business to someone else, and I was like, all right. And they gave him 60 grand basically for the marketing IP, and then they have not maintained that business in any appreciable way.
You know, there are different kinds of buyers in these type things, right? There's there are strategic buyers where they are in your business. So maybe their customers are yours, maybe they're planning on going into your area, but for whatever reason, they know your business pretty well because they're in the same space. And there's a whole separate class of buyers, private equity, or people who want to get in that area but don't know anything about it. But that whole other group, their defining characteristic is they don't have any actual real knowledge of the business.
Yeah.
And they invariably, on the private equity side, I've seen this over and over. I don't mean to disparage all private equity, you know,
Yeah.
but this has been a recurring experience of mine. They have very, very smart people, typically MBAs from Harvard and Wharton School of Business, really sharp guys. But they actually think they can buy somebody's business that a guy has been working, say, 30 years at and made successful, that all they got to do is buy it and put some spreadsheets together and show a little educational savvy, and suddenly they're going to take this thing to the next level. And it just doesn't work that way.
Yeah. In this case, it was a guy who had been a very successful sales and marketing person for a number of years, attempting to buy the business of someone based on the idea that, well, I've been in sales and marketing, completely different industry, so I can sell and market for this periodical mailer. And I mean, maybe, but it's
maybe.
This guy had 30 years of relationships.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's not just selling. I mean, the relationships that are in existence, if he built them 30 years ago and they've been paying off ever since, that's not really selling. That's relationship management. Now, selling as a thing, as a profession, in my experience, sales is one of those areas where you really can jump from industry to industry fairly easily.
Depending on the product, as long as the products that you're selling, because some sales is relationship management.
Yeah.
But other sales is merely building a quick amount of rapport, selling, and then sending the customer out the door, and you'll probably never see him again. Right. Car dealer, retail sales.
Exactly. Yeah.
But then when you're talking about institutional sales or commercial, commercial long-term deals, that's relationship management. It's a completely different thing.
Well, and that's what the buyer has to do. I'm sure this term will come up a couple times in this conversation: due diligence.
Right.
In the acquisition space, what that means is the normal procedure is one way or another, I agree to buy your company. I could have been part of an auction process. I could have been, whatever. But we say, all right, Nick, I'll pay you this much for your company on these very, very basic terms. And we say, yep, we got a deal. So we do up what's called a letter of intent. Letter of intent's a very short outline of the terms. It's typically non-binding. There are some binding terms in it usually that says, well, if we're going to do this, you agree not to market your business to anybody else for 90 days, that kind of thing.
Right.
But the letter of intent lays out the very basic deal terms and kind of shaking it. And then at that point, I begin what's called due diligence. I learn everything I can about your business. You open your books to me. You open your files to me. I go and I say, Nick, send me, I'll send you a request. Send me, an aged accounts receivable. Send me your top 10 customers by volume for the last 3 years. Blah, 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 blah. And in this day and age, it's gotten so much easier to manage with online data rooms and stuff.
Right.
One of the things that as a lawyer I do that I've never seen another lawyer do, I handle every piece of paper that goes to the other side, whether I'm representing buyers or sellers. Usually I represent sellers. And I look at everything, because what that helps me do is maintain an overall situational awareness of the deal. That, it's very typical in a transaction. there'll be me, and I'll have one or two associate lawyers that are basically just doing stuff for me. And I may
Right.
be dealing with 5 or 10 lawyers on the other side, each of whom has their own little siloed off specialty. And I found over the years that, yeah, it puts a lot more work on me and a lot more responsibility, but the payoff is I have a broad view of the whole deal that nobody on the other side has. And all those silos, there are gaps between those silos. And that's where, you can get taken advantage of if you're not careful.
Can you say to me, we're flying at about 30,000 feet? Just that's all I need.
We're flying at about 30,000 feet.
Not a long enough.
We're flying at 35,000 feet.
Thank you. That's perfect. Can you move your mic a little closer to your mouth? I think it got bumped. And you
Is that better?
Oh yeah, that got a little quiet.
Sorry.
You started to sound like a Delta pilot.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my gosh, I was on a flight, my flight back from Canada, and we had a super into it lead flight attendant male who was on. He was the guy doing all of the announcements, and it was funny the first announcement, and it stopped immediately on the second.
Yeah. Now, if they're really pretty, I can usually tolerate 3 or 4 rounds of that, but yeah,
he was
probably not what I would call pretty.
No. Right. No, he and I don't even know who it was it was just a male voice coming across the thing. He was making jokes constantly, and he kept prolonging the announcement. That was the problem. It's like, okay, I've got a movie playing and it won't play as long as your stupid self is sitting here talking.
Oh God, that's like the old thing. Remember, well, you may not be old enough. The kids even listen to radio anymore. But back in the old days, DJs that would talk through the first half of the song would just
yeah.
So as an aside, that whole "ladies and gentlemen," that whole affectation that airline pilots have. Do you know where that comes from?
No.
Chuck Yeager.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Chuck Yeager is such a badass that he actually established the speech patterns for an entire generation of pilots. I swear to God. Anyway, let's see. Where were we?
We were due
diligence.
Yeah, you were talking about due diligence and how it's now easier than ever to do that due diligence because the internet has lots of information about these companies that's publicly available.
Well, I didn't say that, but that's true. What I meant is it's easier to get the information back and forth. Because the big deal from a legal standpoint when you sell a company, the way the seller is going to get sued post-closing is if the seller doesn't tell the buyer about something. Because the purchase agreement in its simplest form, the purchase agreement says, Nick, I'm selling my company to you, Nick. This is the price. This is how it's going to be paid. These are the technical details. And unless I've said otherwise, there are no problems in the business. There's no problems with environmental. There's no problems with inventory. There's no problems with employees, and blah, 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 blah. And what you do is you attach schedules, exhibits to the contract to talk about. So, for example, you might say, except as disclosed on schedule, blah, 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 all employees are, we have no knowledge that any employees are planning on leaving.
Sure.
Well, that schedule says, employee this, and this have all said they're going to leave. Big section, typically many pages long, about what we call material adverse events. There's nothing material adverse that we know of that's happening, that's happened in the business, since beginning of the year, 6 months ago, whatever. And where sellers screw up is they don't adequately disclose those problems.
Right.
And one thing that my clients get, I know they're ready to shoot me by the time we get through with an acquisition, because they hear from me every other day saying, okay, have you thought of anything else that could go wrong, that has gone wrong, that, that could be argued to be a bad thing? because you disclose, you disclose, you disclose. That's how I get around it. I can say with a straight face that none of my clients have ever gotten nailed post closing, except for a couple of situations where we knew we probably were going to get nailed. There was a problem. Client chose not to disclose it. They caught us.
Sure.
But that's pretty rare. And but the due diligence process is where you really learn about the target company. Your guy in your hypothetical apparently did not do his due diligence very well. And it happens at every level. I've seen some very large deals where the buyer has missed very fundamental things, like how I sold a manufacturing company one time where 25% of our net profit was due to intelligent hedging of raw materials.
Mm-hmm.
We had a bunch of the company always had a bunch of cash, and we bought raw materials when they were cheap, and we warehoused them. Well, the first thing, it was a leveraged buyout, which means that they borrowed a bunch of money to buy us.
Right.
They go in and wiped out. They fired the commodities guys, and then they couldn't figure out in a year why their profits had dropped 30% just from that one item alone. So due diligence is very important, and I've been on both sides of that, and all I can say is I haven't missed anything that I'm aware of when I've represented the buyer. But boy, representing the seller, I've seen some pretty catastrophic. And of course, you're selling the thing. It's not your job to tell the other side,
No.
their business. Now, that's not always true. Some deals you get along better with opposing counsel than others. This recent deal I just did, I got along very well with opposing counsel. We wound up helping each other out a lot doing, I did deeds for them, for example, because they're not from Texas,
Yep.
a courtesy, stuff like that. And they did some courtesies for me. My schedules weren't quite in the format that they wanted, so they just reformatted them for me and sent them to me to approve. Little things like that. But yeah, it's a very interesting process. The thing is, though, the basics, whether it's 60,000 or 600 million, it's the same basic things that you worry about.
Right. The only difference between 60,000 and 600 million is that this is a one-man operation versus, a company with 100 plus employees.
Well, there is more money available to pay the lawyers.
Yeah.
So there's that.
I think I reviewed that transaction for a drink and some dinner, if I remember right.
I would imagine though you did a pretty good job with what you had to work with.
It was a pretty simple contract, and we went over it pretty quickly and got it taken care of.
Like our purchase agreement for a large 9-figure deal, the purchase agreement itself usually runs about 100 pages.
This was like three pages,
yeah.
I think.
Well, sure. Yeah. I mean, but when when you've got a manufacturing company in particular, there's a lot of things you got to talk about. You've got to talk about the details of raw materials and inventory and work in progress and blah, 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 blah.
Mine was done with a handmade Tito's vodka martini. So
yeah, that's,
that my client gave me. And I will say my client got everything out of the deal that he desired. So that was good. And
you've done your job if that happened. About 15 years ago or so, I sat down with a Haynes and Boone purchase agreement. It was like I had just done a deal and they were on the other side. So I had basically their template, their 90-page template or whatever. And I went, I just wonder how much I could strip this thing down. I stripped that thing down to 9 pages. I'm not kidding. And it covered everything that the Haynes and Boone agreement covered. Yeah, I have no life. That's actually entertainment for me. So the next transaction I did, I whipped that document out as kind of let's use this one. And man, my client was happy because it was short, it's simple, it's explainable. Sent it to the other side. They sent a 90-page document back.
Yeah. I had to review.
Like, okay.
I had to review a commercial lease for a retail store for hippie remedies. Basically, I can't call it alternative medicine because it wasn't medicine. It's just a medicine. It's holistic remedies and holistic healthcare. And basically. But it was a commercial lease, 1,000 square feet of retail, right? It was a 67-page lease. And
Because that's their basic lease, and damn it, you're going to sign that thing.
no, we actually pared it down pretty heavy. I mean, it was still
Did they let
67.
you?
Yeah, we one thing that they
Wow.
had on there was my client would be responsible for the entire HVAC system of the
Oh, yeah.
of the building, no matter whose went out. And so this
Oh.
is probably built into each one. So we got that thing pared down to be they're responsible for a maximum amount up to some amount reasonable and related to some sort of act for my client, not just general wear and tear type thing. And then they had a what was it, a 5-year guarantee on rents paid. And I said, if my client goes out of business in 2 months, there's no way they're paying you $60,000 of rent over the next 5 years. So we got that thing knocked down to like a maximum of like 15 grand of rent guarantee and stuff. It was pretty simple, but they just give this thing out to everybody and expect no one to read it.
How many people sign them?
Yeah. But we were able to pare it down pretty well. So, okay, I got 4 super chats to go through, and then I want to get into how you start initiating these deals, and we'll use a framework of your proposed Games Workshop acquisition.
Okay. What I can remember, I have my yellow legal pad. I took notes. So see,
God,
look,
did you excavate that did you get out your paleontology tools to find that thing?
Well, I did have to break out the feather quill and, an ink. But
quick joke. So my wife and I went to that creation museum out in Kentucky, the Ken Ham's thing, where they're hardcore creationists, and we bought some like excavating little tool things. So it's like a mold of clay, and then inside there's some like plastic toy, and the kid like chisels it out and uses a brush or whatever. Cool. Yeah. And so my wife said something like, "We've had these for 1 million years," and I said, not more than 6,000.
Not more than 6,000. Yeah.
it was a good boomer joke. Sorry.
Dad. That's a dad joke, really, as much as anything.
True. But she was saying it at the exact same time, so we were on the exact same level. It was great.
Well, the thing about dad jokes, man, we pounce on those things.
We have to. That's all we have.
Yeah, it's
I love Adblock says, I work in a grocery store and I want to die. Watch the news. Red flag incoming. Now, I genuinely hope you're being hyperbolic with this, but buddy, if you need to talk about something, please send me an email. We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe he's talking about something in his area to deal with supply or whatever, maybe.
Yeah, I hope he's not talking about something like a red flag protective order or something like that. But man, if you need to talk about something, if you're in a bad space, my email is open. I will call you. I hope that's not the case.
Yeah, I don't do anything unwise, man. It's not worth it.
So next, Brody S. Oh, hey, one more question for Ty. How do you feel about being in the public eye? The internet can be harsh. I think you've done a lot for Vic, and I hope this side of it hasn't caused your practice too much grief.
None whatsoever, actually. The people I work for in general don't really care what Twitter says.
Yeah.
and I like Twitter for the fact that you can talk to people and say, "Hey, how you doing?" But I could not care less what some crank on Twitter says about me. I mean, not something that bothers me. So
the interesting thing is how much time those people have to say a whole lot on Twitter.
Yeah, that's it. That's been what I've always kind of laughed at Twitter law about. It's like, if you guys are so smart, why aren't you selling this advice to clients who will pay you money?
Well, listen, that would go against their principles, I think.
Well, but so when I used to be active on way long time ago on stuff, I was active in areas that were my hobby. Okay. I could sit and talk for hours about military history or something. I didn't talk about my job. I was busy doing my job, and so someone that spends hours and hours on Twitter every day talking about their legal brilliance obviously doesn't have the one thing that tells whether or not you're a good lawyer. That's called clients. So nah, no. Actually, the funny thing is, Nick, your show has gotten me a few clients.
Yeah.
Some good ones.
It would get me some clients, but I try not to take them.
Well, yeah, that's too much like work.
Yeah,
And I can appreciate that.
I try to refer them out because like I
Aren't you like negligently referring them though? I mean, is there some kind of sorry, is that an inside joke?
Come on now, Ty. I can't wait. God is not good enough to actually pass a negligent referral case onto a Ron Toye. Like, it can't, there's no conceivable way that it actually gets to him, but I almost hope it would, just so I could literally urinate on him at a deposition.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. All right.
It's that's fun. Nick's Hex says, my dad is a pilot who makes stupid jokes and prolongs the punchline. I was immediately reminded of him. He flies for SkyWest, who does charter flights all around North America for Delta and United. Any chance it could be him? Actually, it could have been SkyWest Delta. No. It was a flight from Toronto to Minneapolis. So if he did a Toronto to Minneapolis flight, I guess it could have been him. But I didn't think it was the pilot doing it. I thought it was a flight attendant.
This guy's saying it wrong. We all of us dads tell stupid jokes and stretch them out. That's why they're called dad jokes.
I put all my jokes on a rack and turn them slowly.
There you go.
See? Yeah. Right there. Right there. I did it.
You boil them.
Random Blaze says, check Twitter, Nick. Someone in Low T's group has inferred that you might be trying to infect your mother with corona to get that sweet trust fund money. Also, shill that GoFundMe, Nikki. Shill it to me so I can hear the wheezing. Look, I have had a long-standing policy to not shill the GoFundMe while Ty is on the stream. So we're going to maintain that for now. But
yeah, but I got to hear you say it one time.
Listen. Hi, it's Corona season and I'm high risk, but I can't stop licking those con sluts. Can I get one? I just want to cuddle a little bit.
Thank you, Nick.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Appreciate that.
No,
I can check that off of my must-haves.
The idea that I would try to kill my mother to get sweet trust fund money just shows a demonstrable misunderstanding of how trust funds work. The idea of a trust fund is that you literally don't wait for the person to die to get the money. That's why you do it as a trust rather than a post-mortem gift, is that a trust can be given what's called inter vivos during the life of the grantor. That's the point of the trust. So I don't know.
Why would you? Okay, see, this is how madness lies this way. But so let's just say hypothetically you got your bullseye on a trust fund that you're willing to commit murder for. Is infecting someone with coronavirus really the most effective way to go about that? I mean,
no, you have like a 3% chance of them dying.
Exactly. I mean, wouldn't you? I don't know, just like have a car wreck, push them off a bridge, have them, food poison. I mean, anyway, just saying.
I see you thought about this, sir.
So not all these people idiots. They can't even come up with good idiots. They can't even come up with good delusional scenarios.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's
That's
funny.
Sad. That's sad. It's very sad.
These people still don't understand how to read a basic will. Because that will isn't that complicated.
It's a bog standard, what we call tax planning will.
It's mildly complicated for a layperson, but an attorney should read through it just fine. Yeah. Anyway.
Well, I didn't draft that will.
I know you didn't.
That was, I drafted a codicil, but I didn't draft the will.
If you drafted the will, I would be able to manipulate you with my mastermind control, and I would be bathing in strippers and Ferraris.
Or I'd set you straight, young man. One of the two. There'd be
Well, you could bathe in strippers and Ferraris too, for all I care.
I could probably be bought or rented anyway. I don't know if I could be bought, but I could probably be rented. Yeah,
Then we both profit.
I feel like that Columbo episode where the beneficiary and the trustee of a trust fund get together and fake a kidnapping so they can bust the trust and get the money. Because the trustee is also a co-trustee with the bank.
Look,
and then the trustee bumps off the beneficiary after they get the money.
If someone loves you enough to give you a bunch of money in trust, you probably don't have to do anything to the trustee to get the money.
Probably not.
You probably could just get it if you had to.
Well, yeah, I
mean, I would think, but
well, yeah, it's sort of like when in The Princess Bride, when Wesley is listening to Vizzini go on, and he just kind of goes, "Truly, you have a dizzying intellect." You talk about this gibberish. I'll say this: if I hadn't read some of that stuff myself, I honestly would have thought you were exaggerating or just having me on.
No, these people are absolutely clinically stupid.
Stupid stuff like that. It's like, really?
Yeah.
They need to grow up. I mean, really.
JXDBX says, "Hey, you two. I need legal advice. I'm going to get a lawyer to help me pick out a license for my free and open source software. Any tips / things I should ask? Also, dumb question, how do I pay if I only have literal cash or debt?" Lawyers will take cash. Make no mistake. Yeah. You can bring it in a duffel bag. That's fine. Or bring it in a paper bag along with a bottle of whiskey. You can do that. Cheap stuff only.
Actually, one of our practice areas, immigration, is largely cash. I mean,
yeah, immigration is
that's
all
how
cash.
They pay.
Yep.
Contrary to popular belief, you can actually pay for things with cash.
Yes, and lawyers are old school like that. So that's the easy part. Picking out a license for my free and open source software. Any tips / things I should ask? Look, ask for someone who has dealt with open source software licensing in the past. I mean, I guess just find out if they know at all what they're talking about. Like if you came to me to pick out I'm guessing you mean like one of the prefab licenses for free and open source software. I really don't know what you're talking about. Like I have no idea.
Presumably, I would think what I infer from this is he probably wants a lawyer to advise him as to the pros and cons of each license. Ideally, get a lawyer that's already dealt with those things. If they haven't, then
right, and maybe
to read them,
maybe do some research on the EFF.
Oh, that reminds me. Don't want to forget this. One of these days, we need to go through the open gaming license.
We do, yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, that would be the perfect fusion of gaming nerddom and legal nerddom.
I'm so annoyed about GaryCon, by the way.
I know. Yeah, I wish you could have. The Frog God guys are a hoot. They're really good, and of course, one of their principals, Matt Finch, had an instrumental role in creating the open gaming license.
Yeah, and I wanted to
very
meet
sharp
them.
Guy, by the way.
I wanted to meet them and get them drunk and possibly take advantage of them.
Better watch out. They might get you drunk and, you're the one wind up on top of the building.
Listen, impossible. I have built up quite the ability to pretend to be drunk.
Ah, okay.
So, I Love Adblock says, we're all good. Just working 12-hour days, 7 days a week. Corona-chan, take me. Started reading Conrad Kurz. Got any recommendations for good 40K books? Look, my go-to is the Eisenhorn series, Xenos, Malleus, and Hereticus. If you've read those, I really liked, what was it? Dang it. The Burning of Prospero is a great Horus Heresy book. But all of the Space Marine Battles novels, I have never, ever been let down. Let me find one for you. Here's one. These are the Space Marine Battle novels, the Battle of the Fang. They have the same cover style. It's like white with the Space Marine Battle right here. That's Bjorn the Fell-Handed, hung out with Layman Russ. And all of these, every single one that I've read is awesome. Absolutely great. They're raw action. They're big characters, and they will not treat you wrong. You don't have to invest in like a whole series to get to them. Those Space Marine battle novels are great things. So there's that. Ty, you don't read 40K novels, do you?
Nope. Don't read much fiction these days. Just kind of fell out of the habit when I went to law school. Can you still hear me, by the way?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Okay. This thing got bumped.
Okay, so someone had a question. Do I have to go to a particular type of lawyer to buy out my dad's property? I mean, just...
real estate lawyer.
Yeah, a real estate lawyer. Unless he's dead, I suppose.
Yeah.
But probably a real estate lawyer. So, okay, let's...
I'm assuming property means real property. Yeah.
Yeah, I would assume so too, but you never know. Okay, let's talk about... It's 2006.
Yep.
Right? Games Workshop is in the absolute gutter.
I have been practicing law for 9 whole years at that point.
And you're like, hey, I know what I'm going to do. Hey, listen, I got an idea. Let's buy a Games Workshop. That sounds like a good plan.
Yeah, actually sort of kind of came like that. So I had handled some very large transactions in the late 90s and early 2000s with some guys that had IPOs and stuff, the tail end of the .com boom, and I had kept them as clients and stayed up with them and stuff. One of them in particular had retired, and I knew that he was getting, basically cabin fever and was wanting to get back into the groove and stuff and all this. So one day I'm on Usenet of all things, and we're talking, and Games Workshop's earnings report had just come out. And in those days, I assume it's probably the same now. You had the people that hated Games Workshop, and you had the people that loved Games Workshop, and they would just flame and toast and trash one another backwards and forwards. I was ambivalent to Games Workshop. I didn't particularly like them as a company. I thought their rules were crap. But I love their but I love their intellectual property. I thought, the whole 40K universe thing was good. This was the old school days of Warhammer. I mean, they certainly could set up a setting, and their miniatures were gorgeous, if ridiculously high priced and so forth. So I was kind of, bouncing back and forth. Anyway, so
are you sexually attracted to the minis?
No, not really.
That may be the Jack Daniels talking.
Might be. Yeah, that's so. I'm going to have to cut you off of that if this keeps up.
But I have more left.
Ridiculous. Well, you haven't finished this off yet. So anyway, earnings. There's 2006. Games Workshops ends their year ends in May of each year, I believe. So it's like the middle of the year. So this is 2005, 2006 ending year financials. And they're a public company, so they got to announce this. And their revenue had dropped again another 15%, dropped about the same the previous year. But what was really interesting to me was their profit had dropped like 75%. And of course, everybody is dancing around and singing "Ding Dong, the witch is dead, they're dead." And others are going, "No, they're not." And so I got to study in the financials, because with public companies, they give you very detailed financial statements. And so I'm looking at this thing, I'm kind of reading it, going, huh. This looks to me like a manufacturing company that is about to hit. So in business, there's two kinds of expenses. There's variable costs and there's fixed costs.
Right.
As the name implies, variable costs increase or decrease with total sales. A salesman's commission would be the classic example of a variable cost. If I make $100, I'm going to give him a certain percentage. If I make $1,000, he'll get that same percentage, but it goes up and down. Fixed costs are the same whether you make a dime or whether you make $1 million. That's things like rent, a lot of things like that. And so
payroll.
A lot of employee costs, but not all, are variable. But like administrative overhead, that tends to effectively be fixed. Sure. Because
it depends on your workforce, you're saying.
It does. And remember, Games Workshop at this time, probably just like today, were really two different companies. three if you want to get technical. The first was a retail operation. The second was a manufacturing company. The third is an IP licensing company.
Right.
Now, at that time, the IP licensing stuff was de minimis. They weren't doing a very good job at all of managing their IP, in
Yeah.
my opinion. So, when I see a company, when I see sales drop 15%, but profits drop 75%, what that tells me is the fixed cost line, that they're getting close to that line. And if it continues, if it drops, say, another 15%, they're going to be losing money. A lot of money possibly. So that's what kind of piqued my curiosity. The stock price had been at a high of 185. It had dropped to 125. The sales had been like 130. Let's see, got it written down here on my legal pad. Yeah, it was 151 million in 04, and it was down to like 115 in 06. I mean, that's a
Now
gigantic, you know.
that's interesting because I just looked, and 2004 was the year they released Dawn of War. So it was the beginning. Well, probably not the beginning, but it was their first major, I would say their major foray into licensing the IP to game developers. Now, they had a couple before that. They had a game called Chaos Gate. They had an arcade game called Space Hulk, which was a little bit crazy. And they had another game called Fire Warrior for the PlayStation. But Dawn of War 1, I see as the moment they kind of turned around their thing. But thinking about it, they really didn't do the heavy IP licensing push for another couple years after that.
Right. I suspect this incredible decline in profitability might very well have been the spur to that. There was always a little bit of complacency with Games Workshop, right? They had this great thing, they were going well, why mess with it, you know? They also were, every year they were raising prices 20-25%. And every year everybody's going, well, they can't, now they've gone too far. And so, you know,
and then they go out and immediately spend $1,000 on minis.
But it looked to me, actually, now again, remember, I don't have a crystal ball, so the predictions I'm making as I'm putting this analysis together,
Right.
some of them turned out to be frighteningly accurate, some of them were dead wrong, and I even had a caveat in there, you know, because I went back and I looked at the Usenet posts that I made, because that was sort of the genesis of it all. And I said, you know, obviously, if these trends continue, the company's going out of business. And I predicted what their loss would probably be in 07. Guess what? It was very close. And then if that continued, it would be even worse in 08. And I said, but these apocalyptic scenarios don't, you know, usually they're mitigated by something, you know. And sure enough, in 08, they didn't lose as much as I said they would, but I had allowed that. But the bottom line was, we had a company here that was just about to become unprofitable. They were borrowing money to pay dividends to keep the stock price up, which to me was the sign of a very, very incompetent management force. Now, again, you know, me and my whole 9 years of experience
Right.
back then, but you know, they're borrowing money to keep the stock price up. That's obviously designed to benefit for the benefit mostly of the executives and their stock options. So I'm going, okay, mismanagement company, mismanage this. And then I got to looking at how they made their money, where the money came from. At that time, approximately 45%, something like that, of their sales were through hobby stores.
Right.
About the same amount was through the Games Workshop stores, and about 10% was from online sales. Interestingly enough, online sales had been kind of flat. They made a big deal in that annual report that in 06 that, you know, that online sales continues to be an increasing amount of their sales. Well, it was about the same amount of money, but the total sales dollars are dropping. So, you know, whatever.
Oh, so they're
Yeah,
they're polishing up the pig there.
exactly. Yeah, that was a little bit dubious. So I'm sitting there going, well, you know, how could you? What would you know, again, it all started out sort of as a thought experiment. What would I do? Well, I had long been skeptical of their retail operations. I'm not a big fan of what I call vertically integrated businesses anyway,
Right.
because,
And so
you
vertically
know,
integrated businesses, for people who are out there, are combining the ideas that you both manufacture and distribute directly the product to
to the
people.
customer.
So you do
Yeah.
the manufacturer, the wholesale, and the retail end of the business. That's vertical integration.
Yeah, and the problem is this stuff all goes in cycles, right? You know, the vertical integration becomes a big rage, and then all of a sudden everybody divests, and everybody just wants to do their core business. I've always been a big fan of the latter. The things that make a manufacturing company really, really good are completely different than the things that make a retailing company very, very good. And when you try to glom those things together into one operation, what you're going to wind up with probably is dragging both of them down. Well, with my background with manufacturing companies, my first assessment was Games Workshop's manufacturing was actually pretty good. Their cost of goods sold had consistently been at a certain level. They had actually gotten the cost of goods sold had actually dropped, but my analysis told me that was due to price increases, not more efficiency. But the bottom line is the manufacturing operations should be highly profitable. The retail side, on the other hand, was a boat anchor around their neck.
Right.
Now the problem is 70% plus of the company, 75% of the company personnel is devoted one way or another to managing that retail side or to supporting the retail side. So to go in and try to and tell the CEO of a company, the first thing we need to do is divest ourselves of 75% of our company. Now, we're going to make a hell of a lot more money, by the way, because we've got the manufacturing, which is highly profitable, and now we'll have the money and the resources and the attention span to really take the licensing on seriously. So that was my brilliant idea, was to get rid of the retail operation. Just
Right.
simply shut the damn thing down.
So you're
Well,
talking about shutting down Games Workshop stores and just using general hobby shops,
yeah.
leveraging the hobby shops that are already doing the business. Because
Well,
one
exactly.
one
Go
thing
ahead.
you've talked to me about is that one of the problems that Games Workshop had, especially back then, is they would choose where to place a Games Workshop official store based on the performance of existing retail hobby stores.
Yeah.
So basically, a hobby store in a given market reaches a specific dollar amount of sales of Games Workshop properties, and then they immediately come in and open a Games Workshop store and then directly compete with the existing hobby store.
That's yeah, they did that. I mean, that's they were accused of it. I'm satisfied they absolutely did that. But think about the economics of that for a moment, Nick. The hobby store is selling, $200,000 of my product a year. Okay.
Right.
I'm going to go in and put them out of business so that I can sell $200,000 of my product a year.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous.
Totally. Now, Games Workshop executives weren't stupid exactly. They just weren't as good a businessmen as I think they thought they were. Remember, too, in the public company market, revenue, especially in those days, was a huge driver of stock prices.
Right.
It was almost decoupled. Now, the '08 meltdown, thankfully, knocked a lot of that out later on, too. But the bottom line was there was a tremendous amount. I estimated that we could keep 80 to 90% of the revenue and cut expenses in half
Sure.
easily. And then if you start getting efficiencies on the licensing, you start actually licensing that stuff. I even had this crazy idea of relocating from the UK to the United States because the UK regulatory environment, I assume, now this is all an assumption, would presumably you could make stuff in Texas a hell of a lot cheaper than you could here. I had this vision of 100 guys named Nigel getting off the plane in Texas in August going, "Oh dear, it's so hot." You know?
Why would you bring them to Texas in August? Wait till
Well,
October and
yeah,
lie
that's
to
right.
them. No, it's like
Yeah.
this all the time. It's always 78 degrees. It's perfect.
So anyway, so I was doing some keyboard warrioring, explaining some of this stuff to people on there, and I started it. So it sort of developed into kind of almost a business plan, and I went, "Crap, this could actually work." Now the problem is, Games Workshop is a public company,
Right.
so to do a hostile takeover of a public company, you got to have money. I mean, real money. Um, you know, uh, you can't actually buy up all the stock as a practical matter, but to get a controlling position to do all that kind of stuff. And oh, by the way I was going to handle the retail, I wasn't going to shut them down necessarily. What I was going to do was spin them off into a separate division and then slowly sell those stores to qualified people, even if we didn't make any money, just enough to pay the leases off. because
Right.
Games Workshop was, I mean, it wouldn't have just been shut the door exactly, but it'd have
Almost
been
like a chapter 11
yeah,
without doing a
reorganization.
chapter 11.
Yeah, yeah. Well, because the retail, as I said, the retail part was consuming a disproportionate amount of resources and was not at the bottom line producing any money. I
Right.
mean, I could have, I mean, take those numbers. I mean, just kicking them around. If you kept the sale, let's say if the sales were, you know, in '06 when the sales were 115 million pounds, okay, and their profit was what was it, 13. So their expenses were 100, the sales were 115. The sales had dropped to say 100, but expenses dropped to 50 or 60. You've just tripled or quadrupled your profit, your net profit.
Right.
And you haven't really lost that much revenue. So your stock price should explode if you do that. And to me, it was just a matter of having the balls to do it. And again, like I said, with my night, so I started putting together a pro forma with the best information I could get. A lot of it was, I mean, a lot of it was swagging. I estimates and all
Right.
this, and I knew I would need a lot more sophisticated modeling and analysis than I was capable of doing. But I also knew I had clients that had access to those people and those tools if I could just get them interested. So I put a pro forma together and called up my guy, and he said, "Hey, yeah, I've been wanting to talk to you as well. Why don't you come on up?" And so I'm thinking, okay, now how the hell am I going to explain this guy about Warhammer 40K? You know,
There's these space marines, man, and orcs and
well, remember, man, I
tyrannids.
was deep in the nerd closet in those days, man. You wouldn't have heard me, I mean, in public, I didn't, I you just wouldn't have known.
Yeah.
So anyway, so I drive up to talk to the client, and he had just started a software company. Want to talk to me about. So I wound up setting up a private equity group, ETI Investments, and that was our first big investment that we invested in. So
So your Games Workshop acquisition was squandered by some other deal.
yeah, basically.
Sure.
I think we could have. I know. It definitely could have worked. Now, my understanding is I haven't looked at Games Workshop's performance really since then, but they're doing fine now.
Yeah, they seem to have really turned around their business. I know that
I noticed they fired the CEO the next year.
oh, okay.
Yeah,
That
Kirby.
probably helped.
Tom Kirby was his name. Yeah, they ran it when he ended. I think is when he ended '07, losing about the same kind of money I thought he'd lose. Oh, there was one angle on that. I did notice that Games Workshop had a very large debt load, and in fact, it even had overdrafts.
Ooh.
So one angle on this was to find people with the kind of connections to go to the lenders and buy the note. They just
Yeah.
foreclose on them.
Right.
That strategy probably wouldn't have worked because we're talking about a public company. The shareholders might have gotten together to pay that debt off to keep their stock price up. I don't know, but
Maybe.
see, I
Who's
wanted
a
to get rid of.
shareholder
I
in
wanted to
Games
wipe the management
Workshop?
team out anyway, huh?
Who's a shareholder in Games Workshop? Like you're
Um,
you think about it, you're like, okay, I've got I've got a bunch of money and I'm going to pick a list of companies to invest in. And you pick
uh,
Games Workshop. That's a
institutional.
strange one.
They were and probably are to this day. They were largely institutional investors,
Yeah,
people that
there's
who had
no
no
way.
knowledge or cared anything about the business.
Yeah, there's
That
no
was
way individuals are going, "You know what? I want to pick Space Marines and plastic
Yeah,
miniatures to invest in."
no, they were looking totally. It was sold to the public market as toy soldiers. That's how it was described,
Yeah,
to the investment market.
right.
They were doing some pretty stupid things though. They were, like I said, they were borrowing money to keep the dividends as high as they had been when the stock price was 50% higher nearly.
So
Um,
Hildred
I mean,
Castigny says Games Workshop share price increased more last year than any listed company in United Kingdom history.
yeah. Well, I mean, this is we're talking 13 or 14 years ago. Uh, yeah, I had heard their share price was doing very well,
Yeah, and I
but
think the key to their success, and although you I think have some criticism of it, yeah, or maybe you would do more of it. Maybe that was the criticism. Is they went ape with their IP. They
Yeah.
started
Oh,
licensing it to everybody.
that was part of my business plan.
Right.
So they did implement. I mean, that to me was the big hidden treasure. Yeah, if you did what I had said on the retail side and spun that off and gotten rid of it, now you've got a very efficient manufacturing company with a decent distribution network. That's
Right.
not really all that sexy, and it's not all that thing. To me the gold mine there was the intellectual property.
Yeah.
Um, and I mean, really, up until 2000, well, up through 2006 anyway. Like I said, I kind of stopped looking after that. They just weren't doing a very good job at all. They also had gotten into some really weird investment. They had done the Lord of the Rings game series, and
Yeah, they have a Middle Earth mini
that was
thing.
they blamed a lot of their problems on that, and I don't believe them because basically it was a very popular movie series. They should have priced in the fact that they renewed the license when the last movie came out, blah blah blah. They did some stupid things like the fact the miniatures were not compatible scale wise with Warhammer 40K. I mean, with Warhammer Fantasy. What the
Sure.
hell? I mean, why would you do that?
Yeah.
In fact, they weren't compatible with any of the commonly available fantasy miniatures being produced.
They're
They were
trying to make it exclusive.
Yeah, and that was stupid. Now maybe Peter Jackson. Peter Jackson was apparently a toy soldier collector, and I think a miniature wargamer. Maybe that was him. Maybe he required that. I don't know. But in any event, but no, they did exactly what I would have done, which is they've exploited the hell out of that IP because it was worth. And I don't think they've done a good enough job of it yet. I don't know what we should have had a dozen Hollywood movies. It's set in the Warhammer universe in the last decade.
Have you seen the one that they made?
I did not.
I'll bring
Didn't have a
it.
chance.
I'll
Okay.
bring it. We'll have a lot of
I'll have a
Jack
full.
Daniels, and
Okay.
we'll have an
Well, yeah,
Ultramarines
Nick,
watch
I'll
party.
drink better quality bourbon. I'm not adverse to it, but
Well, you have to drink actual bourbon because Jack
uh,
Daniels isn't bourbon.
oh, now see why you got to go do that. But that was
Uh,
it. That was my grandiose scheme to take over Games Workshop. But I think it would have worked, and I think that the people that I would have gone to put this together, they would have been smart enough to exploit that IP every bit as well as Games Workshop did. Um, but Games Workshop had alienated and infuriated the local hobby stores. They part of their. I felt like part of the reason for their declining sales wasn't a lack of demand. It was because they had pissed off half of their distribution chain.
right.
You know, I do remember speculating that maybe they had crossed over the point at which prices were just too damn high, but that turned out not to be the case because they've just kept raising the prices ever since.
Yeah,
So,
the interesting thing about them, so they have a couple major projects going right now. They have the Eisenhorn Inquisitor series that is allegedly being produced by the director of Man in the High Castle, and it will be an Amazon production. That's crazy. And
that'll be good.
they picked a great segment of the IP to introduce the normie crowd to Warhammer 40K. I always recommend the Eisenhorn trilogy as a great introduction to the universe because it's just a detective novel set in the universe and you get exposed to a lot of aspects of it. So it's great, and I think they picked a great spot to start and a great director to do it. So we'll see how that turns out. The other thing they've done lately is there are a couple of fan-made projects that were really popular on YouTube, and they hired those guys.
Oh,
And
nice.
they're actually smart, right? They're like, oh, these guys are
That is
independent.
not the Games Workshop of 2006.
No, they're independently creating something great that people love.
So here, let's
YouTube is
bring you in and give you money.
this is the mistake that all these major companies are doing. If some independent creator can get 6 million views on YouTube or whatever, hire them immediately.
Yes. Don't send them a cease and desist. dumbasses.
Right. Imagine that they did this without the marketing arm of your company.
Yeah.
Microsoft is both good and bad on this. There were some independent Halo mod creators, and they hired like one mod team that was working on Halo mods. It's like, yes, of course you should do this. You have hundreds of thousands of guaranteed sales because they've already done it. And they could have done a C&D to them, but instead they pick them up.
There was one thing I remember getting kind of sort of right, but mostly wrong. I had assessed that while it would be wonderful if you could go exclusively to plastic miniatures, that nobody would want to assemble those miniatures because I didn't.
What do you like? You like the pewter ones or whatever?
Well, I just don't like. I mean, I don't. You know, putting shoulder pads and arms and all that bullshit. I got no patience for that. Now, to the extent, and that was the thing. I knew a little bit about injection molding from another client, and injection molding. The great thing about it is you can turn those miniatures out for literally insignificant cost, and they're light, so they can be shipped anywhere. But the problem, of course, is you can't get the poses that you can get with lead figures.
Sure.
My theory was do as much of it as you can, but you're probably never going to get away from lead. Well, okay, miss that one clean. Although I never would have thought that fine cast crap would have worked, and it didn't. Again, I had talked to some other miniature companies in an earlier deal. Resin miniatures, so resin actually dries the molds out, and mold cost is a fairly significant part of the cost of doing miniatures. And so you can't just, if you take a vulcanized rubber mold design for lead and you start putting resin in it, it'll become brittle and useless after a fairly small number of castings.
Look, I've got beef with your stupid nerd hobbies.
Hey, listen, Gandalf, when you showed up at my house a year ago with your dwarves and said you needed a burglar, this is what you got.
Listen,
I was living my life happy. Nobody knew about my nerd obsessions. Life was good. And now you come along and all of a sudden I'm representing role-playing game companies.
Now you're running around
nerd shit on YouTube.
You're running around in leather suspenders with your rainbow flag trailing off your backside.
Yeah. Like I said,
Listen, I made the mistake. I was picking up my son. Okay? You listen here, you scumbag. I'm picking up my son, and I have this great YouTube channel on. His name is Mr. Rex, RHEXX. And this guy does lore videos on Dungeons and Dragons. Everything they don't tell you in the monster manual about brass dragons, for example.
Ooh.
And I'm listening to everything they don't tell you about beholders, right? And I pick up my son, and he gets in, he goes, ooh, what's this? Like 10 seconds in. It's like, ooh, what's this? And I'm like, oh, it's just a thing about Dungeons. Next thing you know, 5 days later, I'm at a Games by James, and I'm like, okay, so the monster manual, the player's handbook, and the dungeon master guide come in a complete set. Let's see how much this is. $170. And my kid is wanting me to buy Dungeons and Dragons books.
Oh, wait till they get interested in Warhammer 40K.
No,
you think D&D is bad? You haven't lived until you've paid $10 for a plastic miniature.
I want him to be like me. Just read the books, buddy. Just read the books. Listen,
let me know how that works out for you.
Mom won't care if he anally violates someone with a chainsword. I promise. Okay.
By the way, the D&D 5th edition starter set, the second starter set they came out with, is really good. Highly recommend it. Even better, Frog God has a Kickstarter for oh crap, their old school rules.
Is it GURPS?
No, they're gonna shoot me in the face. Sword. Well, I've had too much Jack Daniels. That's what I'm gonna blame
Frog God
Games. Yes, Swords and
me.
Sorcery, I think, is the. Anyway, yeah, it's
Wait, a Kickstarter, World of the Lost Lands? Is that it?
No, it's the role playing game. Please bail me out because Zach's going to be coming after me with a two-handed sword if I don't.
Swords and Wizardry. That one?
Thank you. God Almighty! I don't know why I couldn't think of that. Yes. Anyway, that's a really excellent D&D. We call them D&D clones or old school Renaissance rules. It's a clone of what D&D was in the beginning. And 5th edition went back a lot towards that direction, but you don't get some of the stupid characters that you were telling me about. Yes, I do have D&D snobbery. Yeah, how sad is that, really?
Did you ever read the Dragonlance stuff?
I did not. I think I read one of the adventures. Everybody says that. I just hadn't gotten around to it. Your uncle, Paul, loves it.
Oh, man. Raceland and Caramon. What a great dynamic duo that was.
Yeah.
And everybody's getting killed. Everybody's only an 8th level little bitch. Not like Elminster rocking around. Oh, I'm a 30th level wizard. Shut up. Yeah. Shut up. No,
anybody ever got to 8th level in my campaigns, boy, they earned it the whole way.
No, it's man, I love the old school D&D stuff. I actually have secured do you remember this from 2nd edition? They had a set of books called the Encyclopedia Magica.
Oh yeah, the leather bound.
Yeah, the 4 leather bound.
Yeah.
The complete encyclopedia of like legendary magical items. And if
only we had those when everybody was accusing us of devil worshiping.
Yes, I got one. I'm buying it from a guy who happened to have them, and he's shipping them to me. I'm so happy about it because I used to borrow the brown one because it had hammers in it. And my buddy he owned all 4. He would never lend me the red one, which had swords.
Now, wasn't Encyclopedia Magica though? That was Dungeons and Dragons. Was it? It wasn't Advanced D&D, was it?
Yeah, it was 2nd edition.
Did they get rid? When did they? Because that's the whole weird thing about Dungeons and Dragons. In its original incarnation, you had original D&D. Then you had what I'm going to call basic D&D, which is started out a box set that only took you 1st through 3rd level, and
basic
then there was
D&D had elves and dwarves as classes.
As classes, yeah.
Yeah, they weren't races.
Yeah, they were. And original D&D had that too, but Advanced Dungeons and Dragons was D&D on steroids basically, but it was a separate product primarily to try to screw Dave Arneson out of his royalties. And they attempted to do that and wound up having to settle because Arneson, he had royalties for original Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
So the theory was, well, AD&D is not actually AD&D is not Dungeons and Dragons. It's a whole different game. Well, that's ridiculous. Of course, it was Dungeons and Dragons. It was slightly modified, but anyway. But so we had basically until at least until 2nd edition, we had this dual track, and I started out playing AD&D. So like Swords and Wizardry is original D&D, a clone of that.
Yeah.
And so and there were just enough differences to matter. But anyway, and I couldn't remember. I remember when 2nd edition came out. I couldn't remember if they abandoned that duality. I think they did. I think you're right.
Yeah, but it's it was good. By the way, 1st edition Dungeons and Dragons. Have you ever heard of goodoldgames.com?
No.
Do you have a PC that is at least 10 years old, maybe younger? GOG.com is a place where you can buy those old video games. Like the games from like 20 years ago, 30, 25 years ago even. And you can buy them for like $2 a piece. And they come with
like 1,000 abandonware sites out there that you can
They're not abandonware though. These are still licensed properties. So GOG has the old SSI, Strategic Simulations Incorporated, Dungeons and Dragons games.
Yep.
All of the great ones. And these are not advanced Dungeons and Dragons games. And what GOG does is they set up the emulator, the DOSBox emulator, to create the DOS environment that'll run them on a Windows 10 PC. It's all done for you. So all you do is double click the icon, it pops up and runs.
Are they only doing D&D properties?
No. They have
I would love to have. I would
everything.
love to have Sword of Aragon. That's an SSI game.
Let's see, GOG.com, Sword of Aragon.
Yeah, somebody in one of the streams sent me no, somebody on Twitter sent me a link to a web page where you can play it. But Sword of Aragon is a downright excellent.
How do you spell Aragon?
Aragon, as in Catherine of.
Yeah, they don't have Sword of Aragon.
Anyway, it was a great fantasy war game. I mean, you start out with one city, and you got to raise your troops, you got to train them, you got to equip them, and you lead your army all throughout this mythical land, and your goal is to eventually bring everything under your rule. But it's just an incredibly addictive game.
Listen, they don't have your junk game because it's probably abandonware, but the games that are not abandonware they do have, and you should get Dungeon Hack.
Oh yes, I remember Dungeon Hack.
Yeah,
that's the one.
Not Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. It was a first edition Dungeons and Dragons rule set, first person, turn-based, sort of like first person hack and slash. Oh, it's great.
I had a friend. I had a good friend when so in ninth grade in 1979, we had a computer lab at Robert E. Lee High School in Tyler, Texas.
You went to the racist high school?
I sure did, yeah. We were the Red Raiders. Yeah, we had gotten rid of the big Confederate flag that we had at ball games and stuff. That was before my time. Maybe rightly so. Anyway, but we had TRS-80s, and we had several other oddball systems, including an MSI 8088 that was like they used on the movie War Games, that kind of stuff. Anyway, but I had a buddy that wrote a dungeon game, and it was literally, it would draw you, it created a dungeon map in ASCII code.
Yes.
And you would turn by turn go through, and you could run a fighter, a cleric, or a wizard, or magic users, we'll call them in those days.
Right.
And I played the hell out of that. I mean, there was a lot of computers have always been an integral part of role-playing games. In fact, I learned BASIC. One of the ways I learned BASIC was I wrote a Traveler star subsector generation program, because Traveler gave you rules to randomly generate planets with dice, and so that was obviously an easy thing to convert over to a computer. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh, it's beautiful.
One of these days, your head's just going to pop off, and you're going to be holding your own head going, what'd I do?
Thank God. At least Corona won't get me. No,
there you go.
The other one is Stronghold. Stronghold, yes. If you remember that SSI game.
I remember that one.
It was magic. You create it's like a castle building 4X game, but completely different. And clerics were absolute monsters because they could heal themselves. Oh, it was great.
Yeah. What was the one? There was one they came out with where you ran the dungeon. It was like a dungeon simulator, and you had your monsters and stuff.
That's called Dungeon Keeper, I believe.
Okay.
That was later.
There was actually a role-playing game called Monsters, where you took on the role of the monsters in the dungeon, fighting the adventures as they came in. It was based off of Tunnels and Trolls. Pretty fun little game. It was the first game that really embraced the idea of letting monsters be player characters, because that was the whole setup of the thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
This guy says, pardon my English, this guy says, Ty, you fucker, they have all the gold box games. Pool of Radiance, you uneducated voter. And it's in all caps. They do. That SSI gold box, like the old school tile-based D&D games were crazy. And then they even had unlimited adventures in which you made your own. I mean, magic. Well, they were so far ahead of the curve.
Yes. I mean, I've watched my daughters play. What is it? Red Dead Redemption. Is that the one?
Yeah.
The Western.
Red Dead 2, the new one?
Yeah, it's spectacular. I mean, it really is. It's immersive and all that kind of stuff. But you know what? Those other games were just as fun. I mean, they really were.
Yeah. Did you see, there was a guy who got banned on YouTube because he went up to the suffragette in Red Dead 2 and he hog-tied her and dragged her behind the horse. He got banned for violence.
How could you not have known that was going to happen?
I think he fed her to an alligator.
And he videoed it and then put it up on YouTube.
Of course. Of course.
Oh, goodness. Oh, my goodness. The Puritans are gonna have a hard time with the next 2
Dark
years.
Sun was hard as hell, man. That was a great D&D game.
That was an interesting campaign setting. I never ran a Dark Sun game. I bought the materials, but I never ran it. Bleak even by my standards.
Dark Sun was hard
hard
because it used a completely different stat system in second edition. You rolled 3d6 for your stats in regular second edition, but in Dark Sun you rolled 4d20. Or no, sorry. I think 5d4. You rolled 5d4, so you could
5d4.
get
force
20.
a very, very narrow range of attributes typically.
Right, and you could get up to 20 statistics. So they redid the statistics setting of AD&D for Dark Sun. It produced some weird results. You could, of course, be like a half-giant necromancer. God, it was weird. It was a weird setting, but it was cool. Yeah, and they had heavy psionics in it.
Yeah, so 5d4, you're going to group hard around about 12 to 13.
Yeah.
Real hard. You're not going to have a lot of attributes lower than that, but you're not going to have a lot higher either.
But the attribute bonus system was different. It was tailored to a 20 scale as opposed to an 18 scale. It was weird.
Yeah, well, that in the old days when dinosaurs roamed the earth, we didn't bother ourselves too much. I used the D20, roll your attribute or less for all kinds of stuff in classic D&D.
Yeah.
It was, if you, instead of skills, you had attribute rolls. Oh, you want to cook a meal? Roll your dex on a D20 or less. See how good the meal is.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. Of course, meal cooking should always be a charisma roll anyway, because it's how well you sell it, not how well you cook it.
You know what? And I tell you what, if you had been a player in my campaign, you made that argument, I'd let you have that one. I was always willing to be persuaded by players. Now, I was a hard sell.
In our most recent D&D game, I fireballed a room of skeletal hands that were coming out of the ground and completely obliterated the entire encounter because it turned out they were all weak to fire. It was great.
The classic D&D fireball. No other role-playing game has a fireball that is a fuel air bomb the way D&D does. I say many is the time. There are enough times that it became almost a cliche in my campaign where some idiot wizard would throw a fireball in a very narrow corridor and not realize that the fireball is going to conform itself to the corridor, and you get the whole blowback into your face, and
it doesn't do that anymore unless your D&D does, or unless your DM does house rules on it.
Well, see, that's just a wussy way to do it.
Yeah, now it's just a 20 or it's a 30-foot radius, so you just have to.
No. In my campaigns, fireballs consume that much cubic space, and so if you throw a fireball in a 10-foot wide corridor, it's probably going to blow back on you, God intended.
Have you read any of the Elminster novels by Ed Greenwood? So Ed Greenwood, I learned this. Elminster was the alter ego of Ed Greenwood.
Yeah.
And Gary Gygax had a different alter ego. I can't remember who he was.
Crap. It'll come to me.
Major character.
Yeah. Tensor was Ernie Gygax, I'm pretty sure.
Who cares about Tensor and his stupid transformations?
And his discs.
Yeah.
So the funny thing about D&D novels, right?
The Elminster books are good. I'm going to say it.
I'm sure they are. But D&D came from a particular slice of fantasy and science, planetary romance, really, type novels that I'm not real sure that I haven't heard that the D&D novels actually follow. So, for example, Tolkien didn't really inspire D&D that much. He got hobbits from him, and he got the conception of dwarves and elves, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Conan, the Conan novels, Fafhrd and the Grey Mouser, Burroughs, basically everything Edgar Rice Burroughs wrote, from the Mars books to Tarzan to Venus, whatever. In fact, there's a really good book by a guy named Jeffro Johnson called Appendix N, where he goes through every one of the books that Gygax lists in Appendix N of the first DM's guide as a that was an inspiration, and he reads them and he
Yeah.
talks about how how they did it, and you know the idea that we all thought that Tolkien was the primary inspiration for D&D, and Gygax very consistently said no, it wasn't, although they were being sued by the Tolkien estate at the time for
So they may
pretty much
have motivation to say
I've had some
that they had
motive.
nothing to do with it.
But honestly, you can't even get close to replicating the events of The Hobbit or Lord of the Rings
No,
with
actually,
D&D rules.
that's a pretty interesting thing because wizards in D&D are vastly different from wizards in
Now
Lord of the Rings.
they come straight out of Jack Vance's Dying Earth, even to the point of memorizing the spells. Gygax lifted that from Dying Earth, and I always said that was the coolest magic system. I don't care how illogical it is. I don't care how any of that shit. It's great because the essence of good dungeoneering is resource management. I got so many hit points, I got so many spells, I got so many this, so many that, and the D&D magic system just worked. It just worked.
It did kind of, except at low levels when wizards were absolute pussies.
Oh yeah, absolutely. One spell.
That's what I think they have done well with 5th edition. I was explaining this to my son, actually. I was like, okay, listen. Because we were listening to a video by the Dungeon Dudes, that's the gayest name I've ever heard, and I think those guys guys are great. Let's put it that way. I like those guys. Okay. But they were talking about the 5 best cantrips in 5th edition D&D. And the cool thing about 5th edition is that your cantrips are unlimited use per day.
Yeah.
And I think that was necessary. But
I house ruled that back in the early 80s, that exact kind of thing.
I was telling my son, I was like, okay, back when I was a kid and they had Dungeons and Dragons and you were a first level wizard, you may be able to cast Magic Missile once per day.
And your D4 of hit points.
Yeah, listen, you're like praying that the local sheep doesn't kill you in combat.
Yeah. Just if it rains too hard, you're probably gonna. Yeah. No, I house ruled that. What I did is I actually got the cantrip list out of the Dragon magazine.
Yeah.
And I don't remember if I let them have unlimited. I think I probably gave them like 5 to 1 or so. I gave them a lot. But I also created some spells that were basically just magic versions of stuff. So, for example, magic users could throw darts. That was one of their. Okay, so I created a fire blast spell that you had to make it to hit roll, and you did the same damage as a dart. But hey, it's wizardly. Fire.
Right.
Stuff like that.
In Dungeon Hack, when you get a +3 dart, you are an absolute monster. Good job.
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah. So the whole D&D system. Back to it really. I mean, Tolkien gave it some trappings. I think that might be the best way to say it. Certainly the dwarves are Tolkien dwarves. The elves are pretty much Tolkien elves. The halflings are hobbits.
Right.
But like I said, you that's really surface level stuff. Once you get, there were no D&D style wizards or clerics in.
No, Gandalf sucks. He doesn't use magic hardly ever. The times he does are absolutely devastating.
And he uses a sword.
Right.
He's a human, so I mean,
he just uses Tenzer's transformation and kicks everybody's ass. Okay, we got it.
But anyway, there is a 5th edition. I've got the books. I haven't had a chance to read them because I've been actually working for a living.
Stop. Stop it.
I know. I got to get better at this. I just like it so much. that is my curse. I actually love what I do for a living. And,
yeah. Okay, rub it in everybody's face.
That's right. That's right.
So cool.
No, I wake up every morning wondering what sometimes going, how'd this happen? Because it's not always peaches and cream, but I do enjoy it a lot. But yeah, but anyway, these fifth edition books that are set in Middle Earth, and they've refined the rules and stuff to get there. But yeah, Brianna had some friends over there for a while. They were running a campaign here at the house, and back actually behind me at our kitchen table. So I'm sitting over in my easy chair just listening. I don't want to interfere or anything. But I did walk by at one point because somebody was complaining about something, and I said, "Oh yeah, first edition D&D, magic user, D4 hit points. Stop whining." Because I mean, literally, you could have one hit point.
Yeah.
In fact, you had a 25% chance of having one hit point.
God, they were the chumps. Well, plus your con bonus.
But that was the thing about D&D though, is
you could actually have a wizard die on creation if you had too low of a constitution. You got a -1 in modifier, and then you roll a 1. You're dead. You're dead, you idiot. You have a 25% chance of permadeath on creation.
You're dead with coronavirus and you died. But D&D though, it was just one of those things. I played literally just about every fantasy role-playing game in the early days besides D&D, because I always had a love-hate relationship with D&D, and then I made my peace with it. But anyway, the thing about D&D was characters started out weaker in D&D than in any other role-playing game out there, but they got powerful, far more powerful.
Oh, they got burly as shit later on.
Yeah, I mean, so like a starting RuneQuest character, for example, was infinitely more effective than a first level fighter in D&D. But by the time the D&D fighter gets to third or fourth level, he can take 2 or 3 times the amount of damage and attacks that the Rune Lord could. And It just, and that was the case with every one of the other, except maybe Tunnels and Trolls. Tunnels and Trolls was an interesting little game. It had the deal with it was the guy that designed it, somebody loaned him a copy of D&D, and he read it and said, "That's a great idea. This is lousy execution." And so he just kind of went home and wrote his own set of rules. But in that game, you have all these, your attributes give you bonuses, your weapons give you the dice damage, your level gives you additional things. They're all called adds. And you wind up rolling just a kiloton of dice. And you may get totals of like 40 or 50. Well, your opponent rolls the same, and the winner does the difference in damage to the loser.
Oh, okay.
So you could have the biggest fights imaginable. You could actually have an entire party against an entire army of monsters if you wanted to. One die roll.
Sure.
Unfortunately, the system was broken too, though. The statistical aspects of rolling, when you're rolling 15, 6-sided dice, you're pretty much going to roll a particular number most of the time.
Yeah.
The bell curve comes just.
Ty, I have a Jack Daniels fueled question for you.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to tell you a name.
Okay.
And you are going to say whether or not this person is a bitch based on their name.
Okay, now let's define bitch.
Yeah. Okay, he dies. He dies.
It's a him. Okay, it's a him. Okay. Yeah,
he dies, okay? And so the bitch would be, does he deserve to die or not?
Got it. Okay.
Tanis the Half-Elven.
I'm going to say he's a bitch just based on the name Tanis.
You win. You pass the test. Good job.
Yeah. I have no idea who that is, but
Tanis is a derivative of the anus, as far as I can tell. So he deserves to die. He sucks. And,
well, that sure sounds like it to me.
No, this is Dragonlance, which you've never read. You really, like, if you can find, I want to acquire them. No joke.
Excuse me.
There were, bless you. There were, or if that was a cough, don't bless you, but excuse you. There were 4, I think it was a 4-book series. It was like the Dragons of Autumn Twilight, the Dragons of Winter Morning, the Dragons of Spring whatever, and the Dragons of Summer who knows. And that's the main story of Caramon and Raistlin Majir, and they are great characters, great books. And Tanis Half-Elven is one of their traveling companions, and that guy deserves to get killed in whatever horrible way he dies. I don't remember, but probably by Lord Soth the Death Knight, who points at him and does a power word kill. I hope.
I have a fantasy series I recommend to you that
What's
is
that?
easily one of the very best written
Is
fiction
it
series I've ever
is
read.
it a D&D licensed series?
No, no. So
Listen,
you'll have to get over that.
I'm Jack Daniels in, so I don't know if I'm
Yeah,
going to
but
listen to you,
well, I'll
but what
tell you
is
what.
it?
This is it's the Belgariad by David Eddings, and then his sequel, The Malorion. But the Belgariad is 5 books. The first book is Pawn of Prophecy. Just do yourself a favor and get that book and read it. If a third of the way in it's not saying until you put it up, but you won't be able to. He
Do
writes the best dialogue I've ever seen of a fantasy writer.
you know George Lucas wrote a fantasy book?
Oh my.
Here, check this out. Whoa. Standing up is always interesting after Jack Daniels.
No, yes.
Look at this thing. I bought this from a library that was selling it. It's Shadow Moon, George Lucas, and Chris Claremont.
I think I have seen that book. I've never read it, but
I
think
haven't
I've
either.
seen
I
it.
just have it. I assume because George Lucas is involved that the dialogue is the worst thing ever written.
Quite probably, because that would have been done well after Star Wars and after he was George Lucas. Although, given Disney's performance with the Star Wars franchise, we only thought Lucas was awful. Well, now
Someone
Lucas was
said
awful, but
someone said that's a sequel to Willow. Oh no. Oh no, it's a Willow sequel.
Ouch.
Oh god. I haven't read it at all.
My friend,
we should we should wrap up. We should wrap up.
Yes, I have to work tomorrow, and
don't lie, you're on quarantine.
A lot of fun. Yeah, I got to decide about that because I don't think I'm running fever anymore. But do I need to? I don't know. I'll figure something out.
Okay, well, I have 6 chats that I absolutely must do with you on the stream, and I have a whole bunch more that as long as you want to stay.
Sure.
Phoenix Lord Asterman says, Nick, will you ever do a review of the Eldar battle novel Valador? It's my favorite 40k book so far, and I'd be interested to get your perspective. It details the battle for Yandin versus Tyranids and the return of Prince Trial, which I know got auto-corrected to something, but I don't remember what it was. I haven't read that one. I would love to. That's actually probably going to happen on my new channel, which is Rekieta Media, and I will be doing a bunch of 40k and other nerd geek content on that channel that is not legally related.
Game online at some point.
What was that?
By the way, we need to do a role-playing game online at some point.
Oh, buddy, I would love to do a pen and paper thing. Maybe we can squeeze the Frog God guys to join in or something.
Yeah. Get Doug. Doug plays, doesn't he?
Yeah, Doug Tenay.
I'd pay money to have Larry in a game, but I think Larry's just too damn cool to play role-playing games.
Yeah, he would probably be giving us all wedgies the entire time.
I'd feel inadequate, but I'd still pay money anyway.
JCF Data says, Mr. Beard, do you / your firm do the full suite of immigration services, such as B1, B2, I-192 for Canadians?
Yes, we do, because I know virtually nothing about immigration law, but I know we have helped Canadians in the past. So, yes, I would say definitely send an inquiry.
Real quick, guys, I gotta say this because Doug's my friend. Doug is getting a lot of heat online, based off of these weird allegations that Doug is doing something behind the scenes, and that is fueled by this weird EVS drama. Look, Doug has been quiet on the EVS front for about a year, at least 6 months, pushing a year. I don't think he's involved in any weird gay ops or whatever. I know Micah Curtis has said a lot about what Doug is doing in regards to the Lady Alchemy situation, and I can tell you almost unequivocally that is not true. So, I'm not telling you to like Doug or anything, but do keep in mind that Doug has been pretty much staying out of shit and people have been trying to bring him into stuff, and it's really, really unfortunate that people are, for someone who actually isn't talking about this stuff. But you guys can make up your own minds. I know that, but I have to say my piece about it because Doug has always been a good friend to me, and it's really frustrating to see him dragged into stuff that he has no part in. So by people who have no interaction with him either. And I'm a little frustrated with Micah Curtis about that, for bringing Doug into something that Doug is not involved in at the time. So,
and since I don't know what any of that stuff is, Doug's a friend of mine. I like him. And
so, but again, you guys can make up your own minds about it. Doug is my friend. I'm going to say my piece about it, and you can take that and file it away. You can either listen to it or ignore it. That's up to you. Nova Zero says GOG is doing a power move of just being full-blown pro-consumer. Also, CDPR owns it. Definitely approve of GOG. Me too. Good Old Games is a great website.
Good Old Games. Okay.
Yeah. GOG.com is how you can access it.
What was the podcast? You mentioned a couple of podcasts or YouTube shows.
I like Mr. Rex. He sounds Central or South American. I don't know where he's from.
I know who that is. I think
it's RHEXX, Mr. Rex.
There's a guy from Puerto Rico who's
maybe he's from Puerto Rico.
Who does it's that doesn't sound anyway. He does a lot of role
strictly Dungeons and Dragons lore. Well, he does a lot of lore videos in Dungeons and Dragons and Elder Scrolls. He's great. And the other guys I've been watching lately are the Dungeon Dudes. Who have a super gay name and a super gay mentality, but
Dungeon Dudes.
I like them anyway, and they have very interesting takes, more on the mechanics of D&D rather than the lore. And they're a couple of very seasoned dungeon masters, and that's the interesting part of them, is they give perspectives on the dungeon master side of it and also on the player side of it, because they both DM and play. And they give really interesting perspectives on how to use spells that you might think are useless in 5th edition, which is really cool. Like Animate Object is one of the highest damage dealing spells in the game.
Oh, good Lord.
So
with my players, oh yeah.
So the next one is Brian Dewig says, Ty, I wrote a Mega Traveler character creator in basic in high school. Now I'm a software engineer.
There you go.
So that's pretty cool. Pretty cool how that works out. Karaman Majir, which is the name of one of the protagonists in the Dragonlance novels, which you should definitely read, and I'm going to try and buy, says, love playing D&D. This is easily one of your top 5 streams. Glad to hear your guys' stories and insight on the TTRPG hobby. Tabletop role-playing game hobby.
RPG, yeah.
Yeah, and again, if you guys want more of this type of content, make sure you subscribe to my Rekieta Media channel. The first video we're doing is a book walkthrough of the limited edition Horus Heresy, Horus Rising first novel signed by Dan Abnett that I just got in the mail and I'm really excited about. It's going to be all nerd all day. It's not going to be legally related at all. I don't know if this would be of
any interest or not, but a walkthrough of some really old role-playing games and how you actually run them and play them.
Yes.
I could do that.
Yes. 100%, especially if you have like the old first edition materials.
You haven't lived until you've played Aftermath, my friend.
I know.
A 2-page flowchart for combat, buddy.
I know my Uncle Paul, who's a good friend of yours, has a bunch of first edition D&D adventures that can be run with 1 to 4 players.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. And they're just the guided things. Because I know this because I have sat in his house and played through one of them. Those would be awesome. I would love to go through those with you.
Paul was always into the big maps long before 3rd edition came out with its hyper tactical system. Paul always liked to do maps and stuff, combat maps on the board. I've always been more of a theater of the mind's eye kind of thing, theater of the mind, rather, something like that. Anyway, Jack Damon's starting to talk to me too.
Yeah, but we should definitely do stuff like that, because that's what that channel is all about. It's all about just this immersion into geek culture, and there will be some social commentary as well, but it's mostly going to be just talking about these things. And I want to talk about, like, I'm going to do a walkthrough of every single one of these special edition books for people who can't get them, right? And and talking about what they look like, what the art is, and the craftsmanship of the book. That's the type of stuff that this channel is going to be about. This is the newest one, by the way, Lionel Johnson. Good luck finding these, because Games Workshop is being an absolute pancreas about it. Anyway, sorry. Now I'm going off. Brian Dewig says Silk is the man from the Belgariad.
Yes.
And yes, the series is one of my favorite fantasy settings, and I have read a lot.
And do I lie? Best dialogue of any fantasy novel series I've ever read.
We'll have to see. I'll be the judge of that as the professional, non-professional
and it would make
writer.
a damn good role-playing campaign setting too. In fact, I'm really sort of surprised no one ever tried to license that property. And the guy that wrote it wasn't even really much of a fan. He just decided one day he was going to write a fantasy novel.
I have to give a quick shout out. The guy who got me this book, I was in Canada the day that this was released, and it was only released in Games Workshop stores on February 29th. And the guy, Marty, is in the chat. So huge thank you to Marty for that. I would have had to pay hundreds of dollars on eBay to get it. So massive thank you. So yeah. Anyway, sorry. I overstepped you.
No, that's fine. I'm just enjoying the radiation of your nerddom as it comes pouring out of the screen.
Marty
which
Lund,
I then absorb and turn and only makes me even more powerful. So
Marty Lund also sent a super chat, says, tipping my hat to my childhood reading, Belgariad, Mallory, Dragonlance Chronicles, Autumn, Winter, Spring Trilogy, and Dragonlance Legends, the Caramon Raceland Trilogy. Dude, oh, you're hitting me right here, right now.
Well, Paul, your uncle, he loved the Dragonlance story. In fact, I remember I was working at the hobby store. That's how I met your uncle.
Did you say you were working at the hobby store? You quintessential catastrophic nerd.
I did not only work at the hobby store, I managed the hobby store and ordered all the games. It was like being a crack dealer. That's
coming to your house. I'm gonna swirly you and steal your lunch money immediately. You power nerd.
Do the wedgie and the kick sand in my face and the whole 9 yards.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Like I said, when someone's been in the closet for 30 years and they finally pop out.
Gay and Still at Large says, this tip goes towards the fund for a whole stream of Ty old friending about D&D. Question for Ty, how would you handle a PC who wants to play an actual duck in your campaign? This has come up in one of my favorite groups.
First of all, I would call your attention to the game RuneQuest, which actually has ducks, not only as a player character race, but actually as an evil monster to be fought. My theory as a DM was always, anytime you could accommodate the player's desires without unbalancing the game, do it. Because you're doing it for them. They're sort of like the audience. I always had a very kind of consumer-based view that my job was to be an entertainer and the players were my audience. So if he wants to play a duck, let him. Don't let him, don't let him use that concept to create a character that's ridiculously overpowered or anything. But yeah. Just figure it. What you could do is propose to him, okay, how would you actually stat out a duck in this game?
Straight threes, buddy.
Yeah. But RuneQuest does actually have ducks as monsters. That is a strange setting, by the way. The Gloranthan setting for RuneQuest. Anybody that wants to just get into a weird fantasy setting, I recommend it highly.
Is it Howard the Duck that did it?
Oh, no.
That's a
The
George Lucas film, isn't it? Howard the
It
Duck.
is. It is. No, Greg Stafford, the guy that created RuneQuest, had his own little private fantasy universe. He wanted to be a fantasy writer, but he was also a gamer, and so it's kind of a very similar story to the guy that did the Empire of the Petal Throne, which is the weirdest fantasy universe ever. That'd be one. That'd be a fun one on your stream to show how Empire of the Petal Throne was the second role playing game ever created. Third. Tunnels of Trolls second. Anyway, it was basically an adapted version of D&D that TSR published, but it's incredibly intricate. Just and very completely unlike any normal fantasy thing you'd ever come across. But yes, Ducks. I'd let him do it if you could.
All right, let's burn through the remaining super chats.
Sure.
Did I read this one from Gay and Still at Large? I did. Okay. Okay, let's do these. We've got New York Gamers Federation says, well, Dictator Cuomo is doing Dictator Cuomo things and shutting a bunch of things down in New York. So I've got more time on my hands than I had previously discussed what's going on around here when you free up. And may God bless you and Ty. Keep it up. This guy is from Syracuse University, which is clamping down on speech in a way that is now going to be overshadowed completely by
I refer to him
Corona
as Fredo the Elder.
Yeah, I need to talk to him. I met him up in Kitchener in person, and I definitely want to talk to him about what's going on at Syracuse because it's crazy. I think this is in relation to the two guys who were walking in a parking lot away from anybody saying the N-word progressively louder and then got charged with a crime for
I heard about that.
Yeah.
First Amendment, United States Constitution.
Yeah, it's interesting. So New York Gamers Federation, I'm going to respond to your email and we'll set up a time to talk. Crusader Saracen says, don't forget about buying guns and ammo. Brass and lead are probably the single most valuable precious metals when stuff goes down. Buddy, I have a lot of ammo.
Yeah, most of us do. Just remember that in World War II, the average infantryman with a semi-automatic rifle expended about 50 rounds.
Yeah.
So,
I've got something like 750 rounds for my AR that is in the bottom of a lake, tragically, although I'm looking for scuba gear. And then my 9mm, or no, my 45, which is a Colt. Well, it's a Colt style, 1911.
I got a battery for my primary AR. I've got got one of those tactical sights, and I left it turned on. Yeah. It's an older model. I need to replace that too. So.
But why do you have a battery on your AR?
I've got a tactical sight with a little, glowing reticle, and it's an older. I forgot what kind it is. But when you leave it turned on, it just stays on and the battery runs down.
I just have iron sights because I'm not a boomer and I can see.
Yeah, but mine will do red, blue, or green reticles.
Look, you put only red to shoot the communists.
Yeah, and it'll do multiple kinds of reticles. So,
Crusader Saracen also says, if your local supermarket is cleaned out, maybe consider checking out your local Asian market, or as it were in Wilmer, Minnesota, your local Mexican market, or Somali market, your halal grocer. Might have some useful stuff not picked clean. If canned food isn't to your liking, consider learning how to home can foods. Good advice from him. Next, we have WWWIX says, Nick, what do you of the rumors about Oprah getting raided by the FBI for running a sex ring with Weinstein? I hope it's true. That'll be great. TLJ Screwjob says, F for me because I work in a grocery store. The curfew doesn't apply. My friends are all spending time quarantined for 2 weeks, but I risk Corona-chan every day I go out. Grocery store workers deserve a little bit of a hand because they will have people koofing all over them and no recourse because they're the dregs of society.
Well, and I grew up in the grocery business. And I can just tell you, it's not an easy job on the best of days, even when people aren't,
Yeah, well,
up,
I could never do it. I would claw my eyes out the second someone came up to me and was like, listen, where's the Cheerios? In the cereal aisle, you idiot! Go over there!
Oh, no, no. You haven't lived until you've unloaded a meat truck on a hot August day in Texas while occasionally going and taking groceries out for someone in 110-degree heat in the parking lot.
Oh
And do that
God.
all day long.
No, no.
Go from minus 10 degrees to 110 degrees.
I
Yeah, that
worked for like
life is
3
good.
months at a Target store overnight.
And that's not even food.
Well, it was at that. It was
Easy
a Target
stuff.
Superstore, so it was a
Oh, okay.
grocer.
Okay. There was some food. Yeah.
And they're like, "Listen, you're one of the smart ones. So I'm like, you think I'm one of the smart ones? Why? Because I have a 4-year education. That's it. Because at the time I hadn't gone to law school yet. I just literally had a college degree, and they're like, we're going to move you into the back room where it's a little more challenging to stock the shelves. It wasn't more challenging, Ty. It was the exact same job. But they're like, you're one of the smart ones. I'm like, no, this is just normal
I was
stuff.
so smart. Why would I be applying for a job at Target with my 4-year degree?
Oh God, it was a bad dark time in my life. No joke.
Although I would pay money to see you at that job because it would be funny.
I did, I bought an iPod Mini, and I listened to System of a Down for 8 hours straight. And I met 2 interesting men. I met Corneliu and the Russian. Corneliu was a Romanian expat, or not an expat. What was he? He was a Romanian immigrant, and the Russian was a Russian immigrant. And Corneliu was old enough to be alive when his father, who's a Romanian banker, got conscripted into the Russian Navy to be the captain of a Russian naval ship after communism took over. And these two titans of hilarity would play chess against each other every night at 2 a.m. during our break. And I'm like, this is a Cold War happening every night in Lakeville, Minnesota. And I loved them. They were so funny. The Russian guy, this is not a joke. I never once saw him working. I always saw him standing at the end of his aisle with his arms folded, and his job was already done. He was
just like
he's like, retail's easy. This is fine. I have no problem doing this.
I have no problem with this. like the Waco kid, whatever he's,
He was just like, literally, I was like, how is your work always done immediately? He never did a single thing. I never saw him moving except when he was playing chess. It was great. I love those guys.
Retail is easy.
Like, listen, I lived through whole family being killed by government. I can deal with this, no problem.
I can straighten the shelves.
Bad Dragonite says, kind of interesting how so many leftists said it was bigoted to make it illegal for people to knowingly spread HIV, but totally think it's cool now to abuse rights over this. All they wanted was a big scare to try and take away rights, I bet. Yeah, I agree.
The question is, American people, are we going to let them do it?
Yes, we are. Of course we are. We always do.
We down here in Texas don't quite. We ain't quite gotten the memo yet, I don't think.
Just wait, my friend.
I know. As I already contemplate Houston shutting down, so yeah.
Yeah. Citizen of Yarnum says, Twitter is saying Oprah got arrested for sex trafficking. If this is true, I expect Cthulhu to awaken by summer at this rate. Felipe Mouve says, guy in Tennessee made the mistake to take selfies with his stock and post them on social media. Also, did you hear about the boomer remover meme? I assume that's just Corona Chan is the boomer remover. No, I haven't heard about it, but that sounds great. Bad Dragonite says, for Ty and Nick, which do you guys prefer, 40K books or 30K books like Horus Heresy stuff? Generally, I prefer the 30K books. I don't know if you've read any of them, have you? I
would assume the 30K is what, more gritty, more...
No, it's less fantastical because it's during the time when humans are disavowing the knowledge of chaos generally.
Okay.
So that's what I like about the 30K books. In the 40K books, you run into the problem of chaos being relatively OP because they have various blessings from the chaos gods, and you have a lot more of the fantastical being in there because you have demons and demon engines and stuff like that. In 30K, you're really dealing Space Marine versus Space Marine. The drama's a little higher because it's brother versus brother, and I like that more. That's my kink. I don't know about y'all's, but that's why I like the 30K books a little bit better. Bad Dragonite says, I still want to see Mr. Beard try and play through Halo one day. Oh, oh God. My uncle is in his mid-60s with kids and grandkids with a full-time mechanic job and loves the games. No boomer excuse of it being after your time.
No, actually, I've got the original Halo for the Xbox way back when I bought the Xbox.
You gotta play it on Legendary and try and beat it.
Yeah, well, let's get back to that time thing.
Crusader Saracen says, hey Ty, can you please say I reckon in your thickest Texas drawl?
I reckon I can.
There you go. Thank you. Mario Carter 13 says, Corona delays tax and foreclosure. Darkside Phil wins again.
Oh, I heard a rumor. This is strictly a rumor, but I got it from somebody who has a friend highly placed in the IRS, and he said they are literally talking about just sending the entire IRS home.
Yeah.
So there could be some good things come out of this. The IRS will never recover if they do that. Not that that's a bad thing. I'm just saying.
Okay, this one is out of order, but I want to read it because he's probably still around. Logan Darklighter says, I actually did some artwork for Traveler. If you have the DGP book, Soleimani and Aslan, check out the Soleimani section. I had 3 spaceship artwork pieces under my real name. First name is William. Cool. That's pretty neat. I love the internet, man. I love the connections that get to be made on some stupid thing like YouTube. Right? Like
I do. I've got the
how do you get a
group production stuff?
How do you randomly happen into having one of the artists from the original Traveler?
Yeah, how cool is that?
On the stream. That's great. Tell Ty that if he wants a PC game that's close to Traveler in terms of feel, try Elite Dangerous.
Elite Dangerous.
That's a pretty popular game. It was a cool space exploration game. If I'm not wrong about Elite Dangerous, they literally recreated through astronomical models the entire galaxy. And you can fly to anywhere in the galaxy. Huh. It's pretty crazy.
I'd like to have that as a resource because I never ran. I didn't run Traveler very much in the official Traveler setting. I always had my own setting. It was called the Commonwealth, and it was sort of a British Empire in space kind of thing. The Earth got basically blown up in a nuclear war, and so the survivors, head out into space and they find a better place and da.
Yeah. But speaking of which, if anybody out there in Rekieta Chan land is listening and has connections to any Japanese anime studio, I am currently looking to talk licensing on a particular series. I'm not going to announce it publicly, but I am looking for a serious proposal to license a legit existing anime property for a non-existent Japanese season to air in the US entirely. If you have any connection to a Japanese studio that may be helpful in getting me to a connection to negotiate that licensing deal, please email me, rekietalaw@rekieta.org, because we will make this happen and we will make a ton of money doing it. So
both of
please
which are
let me
good
know.
Outcomes.
Yes, exactly. So let me know if you're out there, if you have legit connection. I mean legit decision maker connections on licensing property. That's what I'm looking for. I know some of you are out there and watch this show. Please contact me. and we will get discussions going on it. Mario Carter 13 says Corona delays tax. Oh wait, I read that one. Cedarwood says Utah owns and operates liquor stores. Should I stock up now before they close up forever? The answer is always yes.
You're gonna drink it eventually anyway, so
right, and it's not going to spoil if you don't open it yet.
Nope.
Hildred Castigny says it's Hildred Castaigne. Okay, listen, you and your English names or Australian names, I appreciate it, but Hildred Castaigne. Basement Troll Production says, check Twitter when you can, Nick. I tagged you in a tweet where Chris Jericho called out Marriott for threatening a wrestling con with breach of contract despite CV-19 fears. Possible future show topic. That's going to be interesting because it's going to really highly depend on the language of the contract as to whether or not these places can cancel.
And which are often not drawn up apparently by real lawyers. They're often
drawn
up by amateurs, and they don't cover things quite like they should.
Guys, think about this.
Normally you'd have sort of a, what do they call it, Nick? Fire, flood, insurgency.
Act of God.
Stuff what do you call that?
There's
a term for it.
Well, they're cancellation clause.
Well, I know, but there's a term for that sort of event. It's oh God, not eminent. It's not eminent domain, but
intervening.
It's a term sort of. No, you're no help at all.
No, I'm not. Listen, I've had more Jack Daniels than you.
Okay, I'll give you that. Well, you took seriously the whole.
Someone says force majeure. Is that it?
Force majeure. Yes.
Thank you, Mercurius Divinity.
Thank you, strange person on the internet who we don't know. You got two experienced lawyers here who don't know shit apparently about their own field thing. Anyway,
I finished my bottle of Jack. Now I'm moving to Canadian whiskey.
Well, okay. What will cancel what out is my only question. But
this is 99 proof Wayne Gretzky whiskey. It is the worst whiskey.
The Wayne Gretzky, yeah.
This is garbage. Wayne should be ashamed. This is not a hat trick. This is just trash. I don't even have anything witty to say about it.
Yeah, but I remember Wayne Gretzky's first wife, Janet Jones. She was.
Wayne Gretzky's daughter is gorgeous. Have you seen her?
Well, she takes after her mother. I would not be surprised.
Stephanie Littlepage says, I've got another potential topic for you, Nick. My husband was told by the National VA hotline that we would qualify for their HUD VASH program, and the local VA is saying something different. WTF. Oh my God, I don't know much about VA issues at all. Do you? Do you deal with VA stuff?
I don't. Carrie has dealt with some VA stuff.
Okay.
It's a pretty specialized area.
Stephanie, you can email me if you want. I am in no position to give legal advice right now. Chengiz Khan says, screw California for canceling Road Rage 2. I agree. I was there. Tom Riddle says, hi, Beard Sama, watching from Military City, Texas.
Hey.
Welcome to the show, Tom Riddle. Speaking of riddles, my family and I, we just watched the third Harry Potter tonight. We've never watched it. That's not true.
Have you not seen it before? Or?
I saw Prisoner of Azkaban in theaters, but I watched the first one and hated it. I watched the Prisoner of Azkaban and was like, okay, this is okay, but I've watched none of the others. Until recently, I watched The Sorcerer's Stone, and I wanted to, The Chamber of Secrets, and I wanted to Minecraft myself immediately.
I took Brianna to see Lord of the Rings and the first Harry Potter movie. Pretty sure it was the same day. We watched them both.
Lord of the Rings. Which Lord of the Rings?
The Fellowship of the Rings.
That was better than the Harry Potter movies, in my opinion.
Well, the Harry Potter movie came on first. It was a genuine double feature, or probably what it was. We watched one and then went over to the.
I've been to one genuine double feature. Do you want to know what two movies it was?
Sure.
The River Wild, with Kevin Bacon as the villain.
Okay.
Followed by Time Cop, starring Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, would you lay off the candy with the villain.
Yeah.
The villain's talking to his younger self.
Try and figure out how the River
Ah,
Wild is followed
in
by
any way
Time
connected
Cop.
up to no, those are not. No.
It was a double feature. My parents brought.
Not a half bad bit of time travel sci-fi.
I
By the way,
love Time Cop. It's great.
I thought it was that was
He
fine.
freezes that guy's arm and kicks it off. That's awesome. That's awesome. The one guy touches his past self and turns into primordial goo.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
and there's a weird little movie from like 1983, 84, something like that. It's called Time Rider.
Time Rider. I haven't
Time
seen that. I've
Rider.
seen Time Bandits.
It's got Fred Ward, I think, as a motorcyclist who winds up going back in time to the Wild West. But the music is done by Michael Nesmith of the Monkees.
Oh, okay. That sounds god awful.
It's actually a pretty good little movie. It's not it wasn't a big budget film or anything, but
You think? You think they went all the way? They splurged all the way for the Monkees, and it wasn't a big budget film.
Well, no, just one of the monkeys, not all of the monkeys. No, that's just one.
They went for like a quarter monkey.
Yeah,
oh my god. Oh.
God, I have no idea why I remember that. Oh well.
Pablo Rodriguez says California is an S-hole right now. All K-12 schools closed mostly till summer vacation begins. Luckily, I'm still working construction, but F the hysteria, that's the worst part. Laughing Kuru says, hey, Nick and Ty, today I'm an uncle to a baby boy named Oliver. May I get a shot? May I get a shot and good luck for him, the father, Matthew, and the mother, Courtney. Look, I can't promise a whole shot, but I'll give you a sip.
I've gone way past my limit because
Ty's tapped out.
Yeah.
TK or BK says, good day, guys. Thanks for giving me something fun to listen to. He is Australian, so good eye, guys. Thanks for giving me something fun to listen to as I assemble and paint some termies for my Hammers of Dawn. Started playing 40k recently. My back
You're getting better at it, actually.
My bank account hates me. Cheers. Filthy three-quarter Nick.
You're actually getting better in real time. That's kind of cool.
That's the liquor doing it.
Yeah.
Hey, BK, thank you so much. Good luck in your painting, buddy. That's another thing we're gonna do on the new channel is painting streams with Lady Rackets, where you guys can see us be really freaking bad at painting and hopefully get better.
I teach how to paint really fast.
Yeah, that'd be true.
Yeah,
Mario Carter 13 says level 3 chefs grow their own cow, butcher orchard. Grunu says, do you guys think Shane was able to stock up on shoes before all the hoarders came in? I'm worried he won't get enough to sustain himself. And then he sent all of the shoe emojis that are available. Oh my God. I hope so. I hope that weird guy, but hopefully.
So what is that? So what is that creepazoid up to these days?
I think I'm 99% sure that Shane is leaking Chuck Huber's divorce documents.
Oh, yeah, well.
So that's
how utterly useless and meaningless must your life be that that's really what you do for each day?
Listen, I don't know who's the source of the Chuck Huber documents. All I know is I had zero interest in covering Chuck Huber's divorce or Vic's old divorce, and these weirdo masturbatory predators out there are trying to make issues out of people's private affairs. Like Chuck's divorce and Vic's divorce shouldn't be in the public. They're not of anybody's concern at all. So I don't know what people are doing, but
like I said, how pathetic and useless does your life have to be that you actually would waste time doing that?
Well, for Shane, I think the divorce documents are young enough that he's probably just grooming them. Have I mentioned that I think Shane's a pedo?
No.
Well, I'll say that.
But I don't find your assessment of him to be shocking.
It's not a fact statement. It's an opinion.
It's an opinion statement.
I think that Shane is attracted to children, and I think that children should stay away from him heavily. And I think he goes to the bowling alley to sniff the shoes before they spray them. For taste, not for sexual gratification, for taste. Come on, Ty, get your head out of the gutter here.
Listen, I'm just experiencing it. Did anyone ever find out what the story behind the shoe was?
Listen, Ty, it's a very reasonable explanation.
Okay, yeah.
His dog ate one shoe, so he had to put the other on a cutting board in his kitchen so he could eat it. That's from Shane himself. The dog ate the other shoe, so I had to put this one on a cutting board in my kitchen
so that I could eat it. No, Shane, I don't know, buddy. If you're eating shoes, I don't know. Maybe you ought to get a job.
No, don't you dare suggest that.
Right.
John Hughes says, Nick, what's your and Ty's thoughts on the Chinese government blaming the U.S. for the outbreak and the WHO bending the knee to the Chinese government? Look, the WHO, all of these international organizations,
who cares about them?
Funded by the U.S. are absolute cucks. Pay no attention. What is it? The United Nations, the WHO, they can eat a whole hail of shit for all I care.
They're the most. They're even more useless than our federal agencies. So,
Taiwan number 1, China number 4. That's all I have to say. Moist John says friend lives in Vegas and him and his wife are laid off. That's very unfortunate. Hopefully they're just furloughed and they get picked back up right away when things pick up. David Corey says, I love listening to you guys. You're the best. Keep doing what you're doing. Hey, thanks, buddy. 2012
do that hoodoo that you do. So
2012 Jameson says, are these closures considered a takings by the government? No one's thinking about that, but people will think about that when Corona Chan dies peacefully. They will suddenly go, wait a minute. These guys took my liquor. They took my guns. They took my business. They took my profits.
I haven't looked at the jurisprudence on takings in a long, long time, but at one point, the jurisprudence could charitably be described as what stupid people would come up with. That basically, if the taking wasn't 100%, well, you got no compensation whatsoever. Is that still the case, or did they finally pull their head out?
I don't know. What I do know is that takings themselves have been broadly interpreted as
they should.
As a deprivation of right, and that right includes future interests. Yeah. So a deprivation of real property rights does include a future interest of property. So a taking could simply be a lack of realization of the full potential of the property if the government interferes.
Well, that's the sensible definition. I was just wondering, because, I mean, again, 25 years ago, it was basically if a law hindered a piece of property, as long as it had some residual value, there was no taking, which is beyond ridiculous.
That has changed since then to it is proportional to the amount of taking that occurred, that they are justly compensated. So, but the question of just compensation,
well, that's a fact question. You're always going to get into,
and the government response on the fact question is always far lower than reality.
No, say it isn't so.
but I do think these closures are potentially takings by the government, unless the government does decide to compensate the owners, which they can't afford it. When you think about the amount of business that's done in America day by day, there's no way the government can actually afford to shut down every restaurant in a state, for example.
That's the crazy thing about this. And of course, there is a political agenda here. And I am fascinated at the concept that blue state governors seem to be buying into, that they're going to defeat Trump by wrecking their state's economy when their states aren't going to vote for Trump anyway.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Well, it's what you'd expect from imbeciles who are elected You know,
They're hoping that the national news media covers for them and promotes it well enough, and they're
but
hoping that everybody forgets that their states are imposed. This is the one thing that the federal government needs to be very careful of, especially Trump in an election year. He needs to be very careful on imposing nationwide travel bans. He needs to be very careful on imposing nationwide closures. He needs to go ahead and, if he's smart, and I hate this, if he's smart, he will follow through on some sort of compensation for individuals and business owners who have had to shut down. They will go ahead and provide some level of monetary support during the downturn, and that will be how the legacy of Trump. Look, when people were forced to shut down by their Democratic governors, we were there to step in and compensate them for being businesses that had to continue operating beyond the immediate threat. That's
yeah,
where Trump wins, in my opinion. If Trump starts shutting people down, he's going to be in a bad
I
space.
I agree with you. I hope he doesn't, because I like the way Abbott handled it. Abbott said, "No, I'm not going to do this. If municipalities want to, they can, but I'm leaving it up to the local governments to determine." Trump ought to take a page from that.
Yes, yes. Let local
You know,
government be held accountable by the local people. Because if our municipalities close down our stuff, we don't have to re-elect our municipal governments. And
right?
it's much easier to unelect than a federal government and has much less impact. And that's the way it's supposed to be, actually. That's the amazing thing. Plus, this is a critical difference between municipalities and state governments. Municipal governance, like mayors, township councils, they cannot call up the National Guard.
Right.
So
Right.
if the state of California shuts down everything and calls the National Guard, the governor of California can employ the National Guard to enforce a curfew. The city of LA cannot employ the National Guard to enforce a curfew, and we should hold them to that. If you want to impose a mandatory curfew and a restriction of travel on free citizens, you should pay the price locally. Tax your local police departments to go ahead and patrol the streets. Don't allow governors to call in the National Guard to do it for the municipalities.
I am about 2/3 sure of this. I'm pretty sure that if the president wants to, that he can federalize the National Guard to actually stop that from happening.
Maybe, but it would be a fight, and there are no courts, and it would
You're right. Well, it's gonna boil down to what the Army does.
yeah,
You
and
know,
that's
and my guess is the Army is going to follow the president on this one.
probably
They want no part of being police. You know,
probably, but I don't want to
I know
see that
it's
play out.
I don't either. I'm just saying, this whole thing is these strutting little would be dictators. They're playing. It's like they're running around in a room full of gasoline with a blowtorch. I mean, it's like,
Your mayor, I hate to explain this to you, but your mayor is likely the least qualified person on the earth to run a city. He probably was friends with several influential people in your town and decided he could do a job that you can't even articulate. Like, honestly, if you think about your city and what a mayor does, could you articulate the job of the mayor? The answer is most likely for 95% of you, no. And the answer for 95% of your mayors is also no. They don't know what they're doing.
man, it's 3 a.m.
Yeah, if
I'm gonna have to run.
okay,
I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
get out of here, you
Yeah, I'll
you
get the hell out of
wily
here.
bastard.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, to the stream as always, a genuine pleasure. But yeah, I'll check your new channel out too. We'll have to do some Uber nerd stuff.
Yeah, that it's entirely nerd focus and no law at all. That's
Well,
the whole
like I
purpose.
said, I'm out of the closet now, so All right,
Perfect.
man. Well,
Perfect.
I enjoyed it, Nick. Talk to y'all later.
Thanks, buddy. Hang
All right.
out sometime soon, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right.
Peace.
Bye bye.
Okay, let's hang up on Ty there. Oh my God, I hear myself. at a higher volume. Ty had to go. I apologize for that. That's my fault. Managing the stream poorly, taking till 3 a.m. to wrap up. So blame me. Hayami says, Cali, Ohio, and Illinois also released inmates due to coronavirus. That's terrific. Fantastic. Afro Man John says, Twitter has informed me that Oprah has been arrested for allegedly being involved in child sex trafficking ring. God, I hope they file charges. Oh, nothing would make me happier. Russell W., thank you for the donation. The opinionated one says, I hope Virginia Governor Northam doesn't try some gun control nonsense using the virus crisis as an excuse. He will. It's a matter of time. Also, any Democrats you think are actually decent? I don't know. And that's not to say that there aren't any. Closest one I know is actually my Democratic congressman in the U.S., Colin Peterson. He's pro-life. He's pro-gun because his constituents are pro-life, pro-gun. But I don't want to say he's decent, but he is pro-life and pro-gun, which gives me some level of respect for him. But look, I don't follow politics enough to know if any Democrats are actually decent. There have to be some out there statistically who are fine. I just don't know about them because I don't care to find out. I don't care to find out. My Democratic congressman is Colin Peterson. He's okay. I would prefer a Republican in the role, mainly because I know most of the Republicans who would run against him, and I would trust them more. But that's it. I don't think he's a bad guy. I actually yell at him at parades. I'm like, hey, Colin, you're a cock! And he doesn't ever look at me, so that sucks. Mario Carter 13 says, New Orleans, I have the high ground below sea level. I have the high ground! Polar Bear Diego says, Ty should play Azure Lane if he likes ships. Very cool. Some nobody says, brisket over steak. You really are a Texan, huh? Look, I'm not going to lie. Good brisket is hard to beat. Good brisket is hard to beat. Jeff the Gamer says, update on the Oprah thing. She tweeted out that no raid has taken place or anything what is said is true. We'll have to see. I mean, that seems pretty suspect. That would be a major story. BA Production says, in Japan, there's a drama series called Hero. It's about a prosecutor who fights for the truth. Great insight on the Japanese justice system. Thank you. Just Another Person says, the problem is our last good pandemic taught us that shutting down gatherings and services saves lives compared to minimal effort. So what do you do? Well, I don't know. I'm not talking about the practical effect of saving lives. This is the hard thing, and I know it's hard. I know it's the minority position. I know it's the awful position. Government's job at the end of the day is not to save lives. Our Constitution doesn't save lives. Constitution ensures freedom of action, which is antithetical to saving lives. Listen, the Second Amendment is opposed to the idea of saving lives because it will necessarily put guns in the hands of murderers. We're okay with that. The Fourth Amendment is opposed to the idea of saving lives because it will necessarily keep criminals from being convicted and it will make them free. The Fifth and Sixth Amendments, due process and the rights to an attorney, are opposed to the idea of saving lives because you will have competent counsel preventing a criminal from going to jail. Of course, individual rights are opposed to collective responsibility. That's what makes them rights. And so every one of you in my comments who says, listen, I believe in individual rights, but they have to give way to collective responsibility. You misunderstand what individual rights are. The nature of individual rights is that they necessarily conflict with the social good. That's what makes them a right. If they just agreed with the social good, they wouldn't be a right. They would be part of the social good. An individual right guarantees your rights even when it goes against the good of your neighbor, so long as it doesn't infringe on their individual rights. Their individual rights are equal with you. The greater good is, in our country, subservient to the individual right. And that is hard. It's hard. Calling someone an N-word is subservient to the collective good of not having the N-word have power. Okay? But it's your right to do it. Having a gun is antithetical to the idea of the collective good of not having violence. A gun puts a weak person in the individual capacity to kill hundreds of people if they use it right. That is antithetical to the common good. That's what makes it a right. And if you don't like that, great. Go away. Go to literally any other country on earth. Freedom is the individual's priority over the collective. If you start coming at me about collective responsibility, get the fuck out. You don't understand what an individual right is. It is literally my convenience over the collective's responsibility. Fuck you, I will cough in your coffee. I'm sorry, that's what it is. And if you don't understand that, you don't understand individual liberty, and I'm sorry, your civics classes have failed you. And I'm sorry that you're basically a commie. But you are. You put communal rights over individual rights. You have no right to be free from illness. That's not an individual right you have. That doesn't exist anywhere. If you think you have a right to be free from illness, ask why the government doesn't provide you antibiotics. They don't guarantee you freedom from illness anywhere ever, because it's impossible to do. We don't have a charter of positive rights. We have a charter of negative restrictions on our government, not on our individuals. So deal with that. I don't know. A lot of Jack Daniels has convinced me to speak the truth. Let's see. Gelf Walker says, all right, Nick and Ty, I'm out. Need to sleep for work. Hey, buddy. Thank you for joining. Finn Frog says, Italy. Hug travelers from Wuhan. Don't be a bigot. There you go. There are lots of individual things. Lots of individual things you can do to avoid the Wu flu. Mars Ultor says, reach out to Michael Bunker about off-grid living, natural rights, and simple living. Who the hell is Michael Bunker? It sounds interesting. Rolana One says, I'm strongly against price gouging, as my friendly drug company tried to gouge me on migraine medication, which I desperately need. Look, I know, I get it. And it sucks. Price gouging is shit. We have the right to price gouge, because if you price gouge, that incentivizes a competitor to enter the market and offer the same thing at a lower price. That's how price gouging works, and that's how it balances out. It takes some time. There is some pain, but that's the reality. If we don't allow price gouging, we keep the other guy out of the market. And keeping the other guy out of the market allows them to artificially inflate price all the time. All the time. Or decrease quality or decrease services. Ishalzen says, I'm in New York, work a retail store that's mostly basic goods like pet food. We've already been ordered to follow the 8 o'clock curfew. Good luck, buddy. I don't know what I would do. If there's a curfew in Minnesota, I will go out at night. Every single day on principle. Nia says, I'm fine with short-term limits on price gouging. Economic theory works best over time, not in the day-to-day or from person to person. You can be that. I disagree with you. I disagree with you. But that's okay. We can disagree on this stuff. Gif Gambino says, hey, Nick, Dare County in North Carolina just banned non-essential travel into the county except for approved plates for work or plates registered to the county. Is this remotely constitutional? No, of course not. But it's not going to be challenged till after the virus is over and there's nothing you can do about it. Cheers, Nick. Hey, thanks, buddy. Towns here says, R.E. Ronversations, will you take questions from the audience to ask him? Oh, God, that's a great idea. Yes, I will now do it. Talon's here. You son of a bitch, you beautiful bastard. Sergeant McSalty says, can confirm it's harder to remove incompetent people from government jobs since I'm a subcontractor. I see it almost daily. Crusader Saracen says, hey, Ty, what do you think about civilian-owned TOW missiles to combat police APCs and unconstitutional red flag raids? Be ungovernable. No, literally, I don't know what Ty's theory is. I think he agrees with me. I support the McNuke. I support the McNuke. I support the McSam surface-to-air missile. I support the McSass surface-to-surface missile. I don't care. Own what you can own. That's how it should be. Dinosaur with 42 heads says, question for Ty. You guys filing Vic's deposition, how long till we get a response? And I highly recommend for you to look into Scott Freeman, an ex-employee of Funimation with a criminal record. Vix, the response is due on the 31st of this month. It is not a hearing, and that deadline so far is set in stone. The 31st of March is when we will see responses, and then there will be another 14 days unless a motion for extension comes out from Ty's team, which I would actually expect since they're going to be dealing with 4 responses and they'll have to do 4 responses to those. I expect a response that will push it to the end of April to the middle of middle of May for the responses for Vic's side. Nixhex says, did he call himself Captain Mitch? I have no idea. 2012 Jameson says, where can one get a copy of the Khan appellate brief? You got to pay money for it, buddy. Got to pay money for it. Kyle Robertson says, is Corona Chan the Lemons Con slut? Yes. Gillian Seed says, Ty, there's awesome Warhammer store in Ann Arbor. Is that Michigan? Leo Breaker 49 says, morning, you two. Hey, good morning, buddy. I'm planning to visit Texas later this year to meet a guild mate and his family in person. If I'm able to, I'd love to swing by the office, and thank you for your work, Ty. Hey, if you're in Tyler, just make sure you send an email through their website and say, hey, I'd like to come visit. What's a good time? Here's the dates I'll be in place. Just give them some time to be there. They're usually at the office, but just check. Blaine20 says, Ty, have you had any luck finding time to put together the Metal Earth models? No way. He's very, very busy right now. I was really lucky to get Ty on the stream tonight. He has been absolutely swamped with work. Car just says, hey, Nick and Ty. Nick, what are your thoughts on Eisenhorn book 4, Magos? I loved it. It was great, but I really want the sequel to Pariah. I'm glad to have the between story between Hereticus and Pariah as Magos. And I love the short stories that are out there, like the Lightning Tower is, I think, one of them. Something like that. I really like those, but I really, really, really want the second Pariah book. Magos was good, but it was a little bit of a letdown because I want the Pariah. And it's only a letdown in the context of the Bequan novels having a pending sequel and me not having it for 5 fucking years. Dan Abnett, you piece of shit. Write the second Pariah book. But listen, Magos standing alone and ignoring Pariah was great. Great book. Rural sent a lemon. Thank you. CJ says, Eddings, Belgrad, Mallory, Tamuli, 3 5-book set. Cool. 13 SPD, Demon of Inaruk. Welcome to super lawyer status, you son of a bitch, and your Inaruk reference. Oh my God, the plane of hate grows and billows through me. billows through me, buddy. I was only able to participate in one Innarook raid, and it was after they revamped the Plane of Hate. I never got to do it in the old Plane of Hate. I did get to do a Kazakh Thule raid in the old Plane of Fear, but only a late and gay Innarook raid. Thank you for bringing that up. I really appreciate it. CJ says, Ty Michael A. Stackpole did a Battletech core books, is a military historian, did an alternate history / fantasy series on the founding of America. Sounds great. I love your Sacred Cow says, I've been watching your content on DSP, the LOL suit, and Conversations. Much appreciated. Oh, buddy. Always more to come. Thanks, pal. Rolana1 says, Ty, just interested. Would you allow a player to play a dragon in one of your games? I mentioned earlier that D&D 2nd Edition actually had an entire campaign with specific rules for how to create dragon characters and how to run a dragon campaign. I assume he would too, assuming that it wasn't OP. It's a trick with balancing dragons is if you have non-dragon characters, the dragons can get very, very powerful very quickly in their leveling process where they would leave other characters behind. Now, how they balance that out in AD&D, if I remember right, was requiring you to sleep for a period of years to actually grow as age in dragon and therefore get more powerful. So basically leveling would require a long period of rest where you would be removed from party activities, which is why it made sense for dragons to party together rather than partying with other characters. So pretty interesting. CJ says, realize I messed up, forgot Elenium in Eddings SC. Thanks, buddy. Logan Darklighter says, I actually did some artwork for Traveler. If you have the DGP book, Solomani and Aslan, check out the Solomani section. I had 3 spaceship artwork pieces under my real name, first name William. Good job, buddy. Thank you for sharing. Mr. DJ Fly High says, apparently there's a rumor going around that Apple might buy Disney. Is it possible, Ty, or is it fake news at this point? Of course it's possible. Of course it's possible. Romeo Garbo says, 1897 Winchester shotgun, best shotgun. Some nobody says, let Ty go to bed. Geez, Nick, you're drunk. Yes, I am, but forget him. My individual rights supersede his. Rhinoceros Rex says, if you enjoy Warhammer 40k fan-made projects, check out the Cold Open Stories on YouTube. Fan-written and voice-acted stories. Always looking for new talent, too. Oh, that... Don't tempt me, buddy. Very cool. Well, Mario Carter 13 says, Harry Potter and the Chamber Pot of Secretions. And Prof West says, just sold a Worm Slayer for 200,000 plat. Inflation for the win. Worm Slayer? What the hell is a Worm Slayer? I'm trying to remember. This is old school, man. 25 and 40? God, this is Dragonscale's Quest? This has got to be what, from Kunark? Oh my God. 200,000 platinum for a Kunark arrow weapon? Good job, pal. I'm proud of you. Proud of you. Oh my God. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Look, I was gonna do Twitch tonight. It's 3:20 in the morning and I am absolutely trashed. There's no way I can do Twitch. There's no way I can do Twitch. But thank you guys for joining me tonight. Tomorrow we will have the kill stream. We may have a guest, we may not. I don't know what's going on tomorrow. I will be on the kill stream debating an authoritarian nationalist about the coronavirus response. And look, I know I'm in the unpopular position, especially on the kill stream audience, but I'm doing it as a favor to Ethan Ralph. So we will do that. Then we will do a show. Thursday, we have the legislative aid. Friday, I think we have a big brain panel with my man, Mr. Peacock. We should have Mr. Birch, and we should have Josh as well, hopefully, talking about all sorts of stuff, especially habeas corpus and Corona Chan. So should be a fun laugh riot. Hope you guys hang out for that. Have a good night. Let's start the outro. It is already at max volume. Peace. Peace.
He drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an odd bag of bow, more a love rug. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the